Chapter 283. The star ultimacy was not to be underestimated. It was the star primordial spirit. Although it was not the complete star primordial spirit, the divine power it contained was not something that ordinary humans could compare to. Even gods could not compare to the star ultimacy. For example, if Guchansha and Lu Baiwe devoured a trace of a god's primordial spirit, the benefits they would gain would be far inferior to what they would gain after refining the star ultimacy in star ultimacy. The stars were vast and boundless, and each star had a lifespan of billions of years, or even longer. As for gods, their lifespan was only about 100,000 years or so, and they would fall. Gods were not immortal. However, 100,000 years was too long for the human world, even for immortal cultivators. It was unknown how many times the world had changed. Thinking about it, even if one cultivated the 18 transformations of the Golden Core Great Path, they would only have a lifespan of 1,000 years, which would be enough to experience 3 dynasties in the human world. 300 years was enough for the dynasties to change and the vicissitudes of life. A human's lifespan was too insignificant for a god's. As long as the supreme star ultimacy and star ultimacy merged into a human soul, they could directly turn a person into a peerless genius. Right now, Gu Chansha and Lu Baiwe were going to refine them, expel the sin, and return them to their origin, turning them into the purest power of the primordial spirit. With their cultivation, they could withstand it and not be transformed by the sinful aura, but the 2 babies could not. If the 2 babies were to fuse, their souls would be affected by the sinful aura, and they would eventually become the incarnation of the star ultimacy, walking in the human world and bringing great disasters. This is really our luck this time. Lu Baiwe looked at the 2 great stars that were sealed in the boundless realm, then raised her head to look at the sky, at the 2 great stars that were suspended in the depths of the Milky Way, and no one knew how far away they were. She then laughed coldly. These 2 devil stars are filled with evil and sinful chi, and nothing good usually happens when they descend into the human world. 3,000 years ago, Martial Emperor unified the world and built the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, causing the country's power to rise with each passing day. He also wanted to attack the barbarian race, and when he was about to destroy this dynasty, the heavenly dipper stars and earthly fiend stars suddenly descended from the sky, bringing disaster to the world. In the end, the huge Wu dynasty was destroyed, and even the Wu clans suffered a great blow. If it wasn't for the protection of the martial saint's spirit, the Wu clan might not exist anymore, or even become a second or third-rate clan. Over the past thousands of years, there have been hundreds and thousands of dynasties in the Divine Land, but when it comes to heroes, martial emperors are the only ones. It was a pity that he had probably triggered some sort of destiny of heaven and earth, resulting in the collapse of his dynasty and his death. What a pity. Gu Chansha had read the history books, and many of them had detailed descriptions of this emperor. He was also wise and mighty. Although he was far from the heavenly talisman emperor, he had forced the barbarians to retreat repeatedly. The martial emperors had a few fierce generals under him, and their cultivation had comprehended creation. They had even injured the wolf god of the evil gods. It was a pity that the creation of the Dragon Transformation Pagoda was too heaven-defying, causing the country to suffer calamities one after another. 108 stars of the heavenly constellation and earthly fiend descended into the world, turning into rebels and stirring up the world. This time, it was even more serious than the previous time. Previously, only 108 stars of the heavenly constellation and earthly fiend had descended into the world, but this time, thousands of stars had descended. The calamities of the mountains and rivers were probably more than 100 times more intense than the previous time. Come, let's refine the profundities of these stars. Lu Baiwe wasted no time and immediately took action. This is His Majesty's great fortune. We can't open the book of heavenly demons, but we have obtained the profundities of these 2 stars. Our strength has increased greatly, and we are more confident. Shatter. Gu Chansha didn't say much. The dragon gate opened up and spun violently, instantly wrapping the 2 of them within. Within the Dragon Gate, the 360 heaven-mending divine generals immediately activated their earth energy and started to form a whirlpool. These 360 heaven-mending divine generals became stronger and stronger as Guchinch's cultivation increased. Especially after devouring the green dragon divine wood, their intelligence had increased greatly, and they had also devoured the dragon nurturing energy. All of them were no weaker than genius humans. The strength of each heaven-mending divine general was almost comparable to the genius disciples of the celestial Tao mystic sect who had cultivated to the 11th transformation of the Tao realm. Originally, the heaven-mending divine generals weren't so strong, but ever since Gu Chansha had been enveloped by the mysterious heavenly Tao divine light, his mental energy had increased by several times. These heaven-mending divine generals communicated with him through their souls, and their strength had also increased, making up for many of their shortcomings. With these heaven-mending divine generals, Guchinch's strength had increased greatly. This was also the reason why he could casually kill an 18 transformation Great Tao Golden Core expert. 360 heaven-mending divine generals were already the number of heavenly cycles, close to perfection. Guchinch's goal was to help these heaven-mending divine generals become primordial spirits. That way, his spiritual energy would also be connected to them. To a certain degree, these heaven-mending divine generals were actually independent living beings. They could grow, cultivate, and think for themselves. However, they would definitely listen to Guchincha. They were like death warriors that he was nurturing. No, they were a level higher than death warriors. At this moment, Guchincha and Lu Baiwei went all out once more. The great massacre god techniques, shattering power, along with the common people heaven, mending techniques, healing power, suppressed the shockwaves. The two stars were on the verge of collapsing, like they couldn't take it anymore. With Gu Chansha and Lu Baiwei's current cultivation working together, even experts at Tao Realm 20 Transformation would be able to refine them. Of course, these two stars were much stronger than experts at Tao Realm 20 Transformation. But after all, they weren't humans and didn't have any consciousness. They only had spirituality. If they faced other people, they might not be able to refine them. But Gu Chansha cultivated the common people heaven mending technique that evolved from the son of heaven sealing god technique. Under Heaven Talisman Emperor's calculations, not only did his common people heaven mending technique have the full strength of the son of heaven sealing god technique, but it also had a new mutation. As for Lu Baiwei, she directly used the Great Massacre God technique, a technique that had never existed since ancient times. When the two techniques worked together, they formed an unparalleled destructive power. One, the two evil stars that were sealed in the endless world gave off a lot of starlight. The black energy dissipated, and what replaced it was a corporeal star liquid that even gave off a fragrance. Gu Chansha absorbed a little bit, and it went directly into his sea of consciousness. The starlight illuminated his sea of consciousness, and his sea of consciousness expanded infinitely. Under the nourishment of the star power Upanishad, his annual thoughts increased from 30,000 to 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, and it didn't stop. Pung! A pure yang flame appeared in his consciousness. This was the pure yang, true flame of the mental energy. Once this true flame was born, it would have the ability to swallow and refine different types of souls. This was the Tao Realm 13 transformation, demon swallowing ghost. But this wasn't enough. Demon swallowing ghost was only at the mental level. If one wanted to use mental energy to interfere with physical matter, one had to reach 44 transformations and leave the body. Once one reached 14 transformations, it would be the same as turning mental energy into soul power. Soul power and mental energy were both God power, but they were of a much higher grade. Soul power could be used to move mountains and rivers. Although Sciention Earth energy could do it too, it wasn't as good as soul power. For example, soul power could instantly drill into the ground and wouldn't be obstructed. If Sciention Earth energy wanted to drill into the ground, one had to dig a hole. It was the same at the bottom of the sea. Soul power wasn't affected by physical matter and wasn't affected by underwater pressure, but soul power could interfere with physical matter. This was an unfair advantage. It was like there were two people, and one could hit you, but you couldn't. The advantage was just too obvious. Once the soul was formed, one's ability to use treasures would increase greatly. Using Sciention Earth energy to activate treasures and using soul power to activate treasures were totally different. Now, Guchinch's Dragon Gate was still using his own Sciention Earth energy. At most, he was using mental energy to support it. Mental energy wasn't able to interfere with reality and activate the many formations. Once the soul was formed, one could directly use it to activate the formations. That ability was unparalleled. This was like the Heavenly Craftsman Institute's iron carriages. The difference between burning wood and burning kerosene was even bigger. Think about it, the same machine, one powered by wood, the other powered by pure oil. Which one was more powerful? For magical treasures, innate energy was like coarse wood, and nascent divinity was like pure kerosene. Treasures were like that, and so was the human body. Using Sciention Earth energy to nourish the body was far inferior to using soul power to nourish the body. People who cultivated soul power would have much stronger bodies than those who didn't. In theory, the Tao realm, 14 transformations of soul power, was an important change. It meant that one could leave the body and undergo all sorts of changes. How long? After Guchanxia had absorbed a bit of the star profundity, his sea of knowledge had doubled in size. His mind power had also doubled, allowing him to multitask. Moreover, he had cultivated the devouring demon and ghoul 13 times. This was a huge accomplishment. However, the star enlightenment continued to flow into the depths of his mind. He continued to merge it and expand his mind. The bigger the mind, the more mental energy it could hold, and the stronger the soul power he cultivated would be. This was common sense. The great God slaying art, endless dimensions, central heavens, 10 directions of chaos, my heart of primordial chaos, innate reformation cauldron. The so-called Tao. Everything is within the word reformation. The heavenly Tao has a mandate. The common people come to reform. The Reformation cauldron heaven's mandate, breaking the old cage and obtaining a new one. This is the meaning of endless life and death. There can be no construction without destruction. All of a sudden, Lu Baiwei burst into laughter. She rotated her aura, and in the blink of an eye, her aura changed into thousands of different auras. Then, her connate Empyrean energy merged with her nascent divinity and flesh aura to form a gold core. This golden pellet was ethereal, and it was between real and fake. However, it gave off a different aura. This aura was like that of a pioneer, trying his best to open up a path that no one had ever walked before, to change the destiny of the world, to change everything, and to explore the future. Chensha, you comprehended the common people heaven mending technique. Today, I will follow your thoughts, along with the various changes of my great God slaying technique, the Emperor's personality, and my own aura. I will comprehend a technique that is similar to yours, but also totally different. That will be the common people heaven changing technique. The old heaven Tao is old and can't run the entire universe. Then, let the people create a new heaven Tao and change the old destiny. Let the universe be filled with life once more. People don't have to follow the destiny, and the destiny can be changed. Chapter 284. Guchinch's was the heaven mending technique. If the heaven Tao was lacking, people would fill it up. Lu Baiwei comprehended something even more overbearing. That was the common people reforming heaven technique. If the heaven Tao couldn't adapt to the times, then it would be up to common people to reform the heaven heart. It would allow the heaven heart to adapt to the new universe. Such ambition was the essence of the heaven talisman emperor's thoughts. Lu Baiwei comprehended this Tao and cultivated the golden core of the great Tao of the 18 changes of the Tao realm. Gu Chunsha only felt a power that was like a mountain, like an ocean, like a prison. It was vast and endless. It directly shattered the two stars. Along with the profoundness of the two stars, Hotion sin and earth evil all turned into the purest source that entered the depths of his and Lu Baiyue's consciousness. Gu Chunsha didn't know what had happened to him. He only sensed that his consciousness was expanding. His mental energy reached 100,000 before stopping. It started to wriggle and condense like mist turning into dew. Kacha, kacha. In his consciousness, the mental energy tangled with one another and formed a human shape. This was a real human shape and not an illusion. The humanoid figure leaped out from his sea of wisdom. Then, it emerged from the top of his head. Gu Chunsha was able to see his own body. He could see everything else. This was the Tao Realm 14 transformation, the soul leaving the body. He absorbed a portion of the mysteries of the two stars and trained his mental energy many times before finally turning it into soul power. Moreover, this wasn't the only benefit. His primordial spirit was extremely condensed and far more tenacious than other cultivators of the 14th transformation. His soul wasn't afraid of lightning, magnetic fields, wind, etc. It could even absorb those things for its own use. This was already the ability of the Heaven-Eye floating realm. But he hadn't reached the Heaven-Eye floating realm. Instead, he was at the soul leaving body 14 transformation. But because his soul was too strong, it was much stronger than other cultivators. Gu Chunsha's soul dove into his consciousness. He sat there and understood the various abilities of the 14 transformations. He split a portion of his soul power to activate the Dragon Gate. Indeed, in that instant, the entire Dragon's Gate emanated an extremely horrifying might that could devour the entire heaven and earth. In that instant, an unknown amount of spiritual chi in the air was sucked into the Dragon Gate. In the depths of the Dragon Gate, a crystal was formed. The crystal was so solid that it was no longer transparent, but black like a vortex. This was no longer a spirit crystal, but a highly concentrated crystal formed from countless layers of spirit crystals compressed together. Those heaven-mending divine generals also began to transform. The astral energy in their bodies swallowed and spat out, condensing inch by inch and emitting a resplendent radiance that was like a scorching sun. It illuminated the depths of the Dragon Gate until there was not a trace of darkness left. The dragon-nurturing energy within the Dragon's Gate was constantly being produced. It actually showed signs of condensing into dragon-nurturing pills. The moment he reached the 14th transformation, Yuan's spirit projection, Gu Chunsha used the power of his soul to enter the Dragon Gate. He realized that there were many powers that weren't flowing smoothly. Many treasures were being refined, and they weren't truly merged with each other. However, now, as long as he activated his primordial spirit and refined it for a long time, the Dragon Gate would become more and more profound without any flaws. I have finally cultivated the primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit is formed, I will have the power of the primordial spirit. It will be much easier for me to refine treasures, peer into the void, comprehend Tao techniques, condense astral energy, and catalyze my body. Gu Chunsha had already sensed the benefits of the power of the primordial spirit. At that moment, Lu Baiyue's golden core also entered the Dragon Gate. That golden core was like a blazing sun, producing endless flames that burned within the Dragon Gate. In front of the golden core, the heaven-mending divine general's light was like a firefly. It couldn't compete with the blazing sun at all. Golden core Tao, change the heavens, change the world, change it, and change it. Lu Baiyue hollered. The power of the primordial spirit, nourish the heavens, stabilize the world, and stabilize the world. Gu Chunsha also activated it with all his might. Their cultivations, one positive and one negative, combined together to form a perfect taiji. There were no flaws at all. The two of them worked together once more to form the Dragon Gate. In an instant, the Dragon Gate expanded and shrunk tens of thousands of times. In the end, it turned into a small door that stood in front of the two of them. In the depths of this door, some kind of musical notes and movements were born. They were extremely pleasant to listen to, cleansing the body and mind. The Dragon Gate evolved once more. The two great stars disappeared, and the heavenly sin and earthly evil all disappeared. Gu Chunsha and Lu Baiwa looked at each other. They were both very satisfied. They didn't expect to obtain the profound mysteries of two stars just like that. It seemed that although the descent of the thousands of stars would cause endless tribulations, it would also help many people. Tribulations were also opportunities. It depended on whether one could grasp them or not. It was impossible for the heavenly Tao to calculate everything. It would be interfered with by others. In the unseen world, they would seize the flaws and steal the power of the heavens. There were 5 thieves in the sky, and those who saw them would prosper. One could become a thief and steal the heavens. That could be said to be the supreme Tao, the so-called jumping out of the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements, and surpassing the 36 transformations. How refreshing. So refining the profound mysteries of the stars actually has so many benefits. Lu Baiwe said, "No wonder those old antiques are looking for people who reincarnated with stars. That's not all. After merging with the profound mysteries of the stars, our future path of cultivation will be even smoother, and our nascent divinities will be even more difficult to destroy." Gu Qinshan knew that he hadn't used up all of his potential. The profound mysteries of the stars were very mysterious, and refining them right now was only the surface effect. In fact, there was even more potential hidden in his sea of consciousness and nascent divinity. One day, he would truly be able to unlock it. This time, it was pure luck. Who could have guessed that the conjoined twins would have a pair of sinful stars hidden in their seas of consciousness? Lu Baiwe sighed. "I'm afraid even the old antiques wouldn't have been able to divine such a thing." "This is our luck," Gu Chunsha said. "But I also feel like we're afraid that a great tribulation is coming, and that extreme joy will turn to sorrow." Instead of feeling happy, he became even more cautious. Extreme joy turns to sorrow. Lu Baiwe clapped her hands. That's a good way to describe it. What we have now are the twin sinful stars. After refining them, you'll reach the 14 transformations, and I'll reach the golden core of the great Tao. Our luck has reached the pinnacle, but I'm afraid that extreme joy turns to sorrow. The appearance of the Lord of 7 stars, Zhugeya, will be a calamity for the Celestial Commerce Department. Be careful. Since we're mentally prepared, we can deal with it. Tribulations often come without you even realizing it. By the time you realize it, it'll be too late. Gu Chansha said, "As long as we take everything into consideration, we can reduce the tribulation to its lowest level." "It's said that even a wise man can make a mistake," said Lu Baiwe. "Even if we take every conceivable possibility into account, I'm afraid there will still be some oversights." "But that doesn't matter," said Lu Baiwe. "I'm curious to see what kind of tribulation will turn our extreme joy into sorrow. Let's not talk about that for now. I just had a long, honest talk with Bao Ming. She wants to join the Celestial Commerce Department, and I've already agreed. Now that she's pretending to be courteous with Gu Tanjian, I have a plan that should work. Now that our power has increased, our chances of success are even higher. If we can swindle some of Gu Tanjian's resources out of him, we'll have a better chance." Gu Chensha continued, "My Dragon Gate is only capable of producing dragon cultivation pills. That's obviously not enough. And Gu Shangjian directly possesses the dragon creation pill, which can directly accelerate a person from a fool to an unrivaled genius. If I can obtain the dragon creation pill and feed it to the Dragon Gate, I'll be able to reverse the situation and push the Dragon Gate to a higher level. That's feasible. Gu Tanjian, that little bastard, has too many tricks up his sleeves. He's sinister and crafty, and he even has a mysterious backer behind him. He hasn't launched a fatal attack yet because he's not confident, but the longer he gathers his strength, the stronger it will be. Lu Baiwe was already on guard. We have to use all sorts of methods to weaken him. That's only natural. Let's support Bao Ming at any time." Gu Qinsha and Liu Baiwei continued their discussion. Outside the Great Wall, in Crown Prince Gu Hongsha's fief, Bao Ming'er appeared. Although this fief belonged to the Crown Prince, in reality, it was single-handedly fought for by the army led by Gu Xingjian. At this time, the Crown Prince, Gu Hongsha, had already lost all his power and was reflecting on his mistakes behind closed doors. He could not make friends with the ministers, let alone discuss politics. The Heavenly Talisman Emperor had reprimanded him and ordered him to study in seclusion. Since that was the case, he really couldn't come out to stir up trouble. However, Gu Tanjian's fief had far surpassed his father's in terms of development. As Bao Ming entered the fief, she saw that the roads were paved with stone and mud. Other than that, there were iron carriages everywhere, resembling centipedes or dragons, spewing black smoke and flames as they whizzed past, filled with all sorts of resources and captives. The roads were crisscrossed and crisscrossed, resembling a net. Cities were built on both sides of the roads. They were actually a mix of steel and stone, and were exceptionally sturdy, capable of withstanding thousands of soldiers and horses. The shops were connected to each other, and the rivers had also been excavated. Huge reservoirs were built, purified by various methods, and supplied to the commoners and shops through pipelines. The wastewater was also collected in huge waste ponds through the pipelines, purified once again so that it wouldn't be polluted. In this fiefdom, efficiency and speed were the most important. There were many people coming and going, and the pace of life was very fast. After entering this fiefdom, Bao Ming had a feeling that everyone was speeding up, burning their own lives to increase efficiency and contribute to the construction of this fiefdom. Within the fief, there were also farming, livestock, medicine, weapons, armor, and other industries. The development of this fief was actually in no way inferior to Gu Qinsha's fief. The only thing that this fief couldn't compare to Gu Qinsha's fief was the amount of earth vein qi. In the depths of Gu Qinsha's fief, the earth vein qi was extremely dense, and there were even signs of dragons and snakes. This was the result of the Xuanwu Saint Beast's breathing exercises. No matter how powerful Gu Tanjian was, it would be impossible for him to obtain a Saint Beast. Chapter 285. The layout of the ancient slashing sword fiefdom was no small matter. It contained an extremely fast style, and it was unknown which expert had designed it. The income of this fiefdom rose steadily under such a fast rhythm, and anyone who entered would be spurred on to do construction and labor in full swing. Furthermore, there was no trace of evil qi in the fiefdom. Everything was upright like a blazing fire. Originally, Bao Ming had thought that Gu Tanjian still had demonic qi, but now it seemed that he had turned from evil to righteousness and had stepped into a whole new realm. Gu Tanjian originally cultivated the Hung clan's techniques, and the Hung clan possessed the eternal heavenly book. However, the third volume had been lost, and they could only use demonic techniques to make up for it. At first, they would be filled with evil qi, but once they turned evil into righteousness, they would become supreme divine abilities. It seems that the Hung clan is definitely on Gu Tanjian's side. Now that they've joined forces with Wu Dongkong's Wu clan, the pressure on the Celestial Pacification Department is enormous. Bao Ming was someone who governed many fiefdoms in the Great Wei dynasty and had hundreds of millions of people. Her experience in governing a country was no less than that of some of the emperors in history. She was very clear about the structure of the Great Yonko Court. But the Celestial Pacification Department has enormous potential. If the Lord of Seven Stars converts, their power will increase several-fold. She observed from within Gu Tanjian's fiefdom. In a moment, she had attracted the attention of others. A voice rang out. "So, it's Lord Treasure Dragon. You came to my fiefdom without notifying me. You told me to properly receive you." A figure appeared in front of her. It was Gu Tanjian. "I've come here today to find the heir." When Bao Ming saw Gu Tanjian, she felt that he was as handsome as a tree in the wind. His original sinister aura was completely gone, replaced by a fiery, vigorous, and unstoppable aura. However, Bao Ming knew that Gu Tanjian had reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, and his aura had changed. In truth, his sinister aura hadn't changed at all. Could it be that Lord Treasure Dragon has thought things through and decided to cooperate with me? Gu Tanjian laughed. From the way he addressed her, he already knew who Bao Ming was. On the surface, Bao Ming was a true disciple of the Myriad Treasure's mystic gate, but in reality, he was the 3-star Dragon Lord of the Great Wei Dynasty. Although she was not as good as Gu Hua, who was a 6-star Dragon Lord, her status was still extremely high. She commanded hundreds of millions of subjects and was almost like the commander of a country. The Great Wei Dynasty was a feudal system, and the Dragon Lord was equivalent to a lord. He had the power to kill and seize in his own territory, and even the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor could not interfere. This was a fundamental difference from a unified dynasty like the Great Yonko. You formed a great path, Jindan. Bao Ming also knew that Gu Tanjian was well-informed. She was cooperating with Gu Chansha, doing business on a large scale, and earning a lot of money. Gu Tanjian also saw it. With a little investigation, he would know who was behind her. She was not afraid because there was no need. She had a huge territory in the Great Wei Dynasty, and she also needed to cultivate talents, recruit soldiers, and accumulate strength. She needed to increase her strength through trade with the Great Yonko. In these 2 years, working with Gu Chansha, she had gained great benefits. The strength of her territory had increased by at least 30%, and she had already far surpassed other lords of the same level in the Great Wei Dynasty. She had also gradually gained an advantage among the nobles. In a few decades, or even 100 years, this advantage would become even greater. For cultivators, time was actually quite abundant. For example, with Bao Ming's current cultivation, she could live for 400 to 500 years. 100 years to her was just 20 years for a normal person. She was still in her prime, and she could naturally plan for the long term. Bao Ming had her own plans, but she carefully sensed that Gu Tanjian was actually emanating the aura of a great path Jindan. His cultivation was far above hers, and she was immediately shocked. This bit of cultivation is nothing. Today, Lord Treasure Dragon has come to my place, and you definitely do not come without a reason. This is not the place to talk. Why don't we go to my residence to discuss in detail? Gu Tanjian laughed, not caring about his own cultivation. Okay, Bao Ming was here to test the waters, so she didn't have anything to worry about. She followed Gu Tanjian to the hall deep within the residence. Servants served tea. After the two of them sat down, Gu Tanjian instructed. Instantly, a servant came up. This servant was really young and looked like a kid. He had delicate features, and his body gave off a lively aura. He was actually a genius, and his cultivation was really strong. It seemed like he had reached the 100-orifice spirit gathering realm and was about to reach the 6th transformation of Xiantian energy. One had to know that someone at the 5 transformation of Dao realm was an important person. Even the calming celestial bureau, he was a pillar. He definitely wouldn't be a kid and do odd jobs like pouring tea. It seems like Gu Tanjian's strength far exceeds my expectations. Bao Ming thought to herself. When the tea boiled, just the fragrance alone made one feel like they were about to break through space and ascend to become a celestial. This is mysterious heaven and earth sex flying celestial tea. It is really rare. Bao Ming was really knowledgeable and recognized it right away. I heard that Heaven Talisman Emperor rewarded his subjects with this tea. It isn't something that normal people can get. It is good that I am here to welcome Treasure Dragon Lord. Gu Tanjian's expression became much more solemn. Have you thought through what I said to Treasure Dragon Lord? Of course. I came today for this matter. I hope that I can get the Prince's Dragon Creation Pill. Bao Ming was really direct and didn't beat around the bush with Gu Tanjian. Oh, Gu Qinsha looked at Bao Ming like he was looking at a mouse under the paws of an old cat. He was really delighted. The Dragon Creation Pill is an ancient pill that can only be formed within the prehistoric dragon sect. Now that I have taken one out, Mysterious Heaven and Earth sect has to listen to me. Who doesn't want a top genius to appear in their sect? But if Treasure Dragon Lord is willing to submit to me, I won't be stingy with just one dragon creation pill. What kind of submission? Bao Ming'er asked. I'm not married yet. If Treasure Dragon Lord is willing to marry me as a concubine, I will immediately give you a dragon creation pill. How about that? When Gu Tanjian said this, he played it down as if he was talking about something as simple as eating and drinking. Bao Ming wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed. Prince, you are really amazing. You actually want to have both the woman and the pill? That way, not only will I become your woman, but I will also be able to take back the dragon creation pill. I will only trust my own people. The dragon creation pill is extremely precious, and the Treasure Dragon Lord knows this very well. Forgive me for being blunt, but if the Treasure Dragon Lord does not ascend to become an unparalleled genius, then he will never be able to cultivate to the golden core of the Great Tao. In other words, his current lifespan of 400 to 500 years has come to an end. If you become an unparalleled genius, then everything will be smooth sailing before you reach the 18 changes of the Tao realm. You can easily cultivate to the golden core realm and even cultivate an undying body in the future. Compared to that, what is a concubine? Prince, you are really confident. Bao Ming said, but as a member of the Great Wei dynasty, I am also an enemy of the Crown Prince. If I really become the Crown Prince's concubine, I am afraid the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor will not let my family and everyone in my fief go. Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor. Gu Shengjian snorted coldly. Although this person has cultivated to become a saint and is extremely powerful, he is not a true threat to the forces behind me. At most, he is just a hindrance. In the future, the Great Might dynasty will also be devoured by me. Prince, you are so arrogant. I wonder what kind of person is behind you. From what I know, even the 3 heavenly venerables cannot destroy the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor. Bao Ming'er beat around the bush. I will know about this in the future. I will not reveal it to you for now. Gu Tanjian waved his hand. Treasure Dragon Lord, these are my conditions. It is up to you whether you agree or not. I will have to consider this. Moreover, you have never mentioned such conditions before. Bao Ming'er did not reject immediately. Instead, she seemed to be tempted. However, I do have some information that is worth a few dragon-making pills. What information? Gu Tanjian's eyes sharpened. Is it worth a dragon-making pill? What about the reincarnated Xing Chun? Bao Ming'er seemed to have the upper hand. The reincarnated Xing Chun is indeed worth a dragon-making pill. Why? Do you have such a person? Gu Shengjian then waved his hand. No, if you capture this person, take advantage of the fact that he hasn't completely fused the profound meaning of stars with his soul and directly sees and refine it. The profound meaning of stars will surpass the dragon creation pill. Don't tell me you only have news about the reincarnated Xing Chun. If it is just information, then it is not worth a dragon-making pill. Of course it is not worth just information. When the martial song star reincarnated, many powerful beings knew about it. In the end, it was still taken by Chang Weiyang from the Mysterious Universe sect. Bao Ming'er tried to test Gu Tanjian. But what about the Lord of Many Stars? For example, the Lord of 2 stars, the Lord of 3 stars, or even the Lord of 5 stars. What? You have information about the Lord of Many Stars? Gu Tanjian was truly moved this time. How many Lord of Many Stars? No, if it is the Lord of Many Stars, then there are definitely not many. Even the Lord of 2 stars is not someone that the reincarnated martial song star can compare to. This kind of person has many star ultimacy. Even if they do not merge, they have unimaginable wisdom. How did you obtain them? The world is filled with all kinds of coincidences. Bao Ming'er said. For example, the reincarnated Xing Chun. Even a lowly servant was able to obtain the star ultimacy and become the reincarnated Xing Chun. Some of the old antiques that operate the heavenly secrets and create things out of nothing were unable to see through the secrets. There are still many things that the Crown Prince does not know. That does make some sense. Gu Tanjian's aura suddenly became sinister. Then, Lord Baolong, tell me about the whereabouts of the Lord of Many Stars. How many stars is it? Chapter 286. What? Lord of Seven Stars? Gu Tanjian almost jumped to his feet. He was a shrewd man, but he couldn't help himself. The Lord of Seven Stars was the limit. She was the ultimate reincarnation of a star. In ancient times, there were rumors that those who stepped on the seven stars could command all the armies under heaven. Those who stepped on the seven stars were the sons of heaven, the chosen ones. In any case, Gu Tanjian knew that if the Lord of Seven Stars were to appear, she would be an innate saint and one of the best. Such people cultivated extremely quickly, and their comprehension abilities surpassed even Fa Wuxian's. Fa Wuxian was also an innate saint, which was already terrifying. With each passing day, he grew more and more powerful. By now, not many of the old-timers were a match for him. However, the Lord of Seven Stars surpassed Fa Wuxian. Innate saints were also divided into various ranks. The Lord of Seven Stars was the highest rank, while Fa Wuxian was a bit inferior. Two of Fa Wuxian would barely be able to fight a single Lord of Seven Stars to a standstill. Now that Fa Wuxian had appeared from the legalism school, it was already enough to turn the world upside down. If there were two Fa Wuxian, Gu Shanjian did not know how ferocious the legalism school would become. However, he didn't believe that Bao Ming had any information on the Lord of Seven Stars. Even the strongest person would find it difficult to divine the whereabouts of such a person, unless they appeared themselves. Such people could divine the ages, and their divine abilities were flawless. They were mysterious and invincible. Even if their cultivation bases were weak, they could avoid all sorts of calamities and wander the natural laws of heaven and earth with ease. Gu Tanjian was sure that no one would be able to divine the whereabouts of the Lord of Seven Stars. In this world, there's only one person who can divine the whereabouts of the Lord of Seven Stars, said Bao Ming, mysteriously. Who? Asked Gu Tanjian. Then he realized something. Emperor Heavenly Talisman. Only Emperor Heavenly Talisman has that kind of power. In short, I know that the Lord of Seven Stars is about to appear. This information can be traded for Dragon Fortune pills or even more powerful treasures. What do you think? 3 Dragon Fortune pills, and I'll tell you where the Lord of Seven Stars is. 3 Dragon Fortune pills? This was not a small number. It was enough to create 3 peerless geniuses. I'm afraid there aren't even 3 profound immortal Dao sections. Gu Tanjian frowned. But if you really do tell me where the Lord of Seven Stars is, I can give it to you. It's worth it. But how do I know if what you said is true or false? Will you lie to me? It's simple. We'll sign a treaty. Bao Ming said, let's use a sliver of our primordial spirits to sign a soul contract. Whoever breaks this contract will suffer a backlash. How about that? You and I both know about this contract. What do you think? Fine. Let's sign a soul contract. Gu Tanjian nodded. Tell me where the Lord of Seven Stars is, and I'll give you 3 Dragon Fortune pills. No problem, Bao Ming said. We are all people who have cultivated nascent souls. Using the power of our nascent souls to form a contract is the fairest way. In that case, let's begin. Gu Tanjian's primordial spirit power emerged, condensing into many symbols, ultimately forming a contract. Bao Ming did the same. The two of them combined the power of their nascent souls into a contract, then compared it to each other. Immediately, the contract was formed. Whoever broke the contract would suffer a backlash, one that would damage the soul and would be difficult to recover from. Even if it could be healed, the price would be enormous. Here are 3 Dragon Fortune pills. Gu Tanjian pulled out a bottle, within which floated 3 medicinal pills that only appeared in legends. The 3 pills floated up and down like wriggling dragons and emanated a primordial aura. He tossed the bottle over to Bao Ming. He wasn't afraid she'd try anything funny. Bao Ming caught it, examined it, and then put it away in her sleeve. She knew what was good and what was bad. Her cultivation base had always been strong, and after cultivating in Gu Chinch's fief for 2 years, her cultivation base had risen steadily. Her current realm was extraordinary, and she had a keen eye for treasures. She had many trump cards up her sleeve. Now can you tell me about the Lord of Seven Stars? Gu Tianjian asked. The Lord of Seven Stars' name is Zhuge. Bao Ming flipped her fingers over. About half a year ago, when Gu Chansha was traveling Lang province, Zhuge personally sought him out and revealed his identity as the Lord of Seven Stars. He said he was willing to join the calming, immortal bureau, and that he hoped they could help him fuse with the mysteries of the Seven Stars. Is that true? When Gu Tianjian heard this, he was struck by another bolt from the blue. The Lord of Seven Stars actually sought out the calming, immortal bureau. Doesn't he know that they're weak? Why would he seek them out for protection? Can they protect him? First of all, because they're weak, they're no danger to him. If they rely on some other old-timer, they'll refine him first. He can't take that risk. Second, the calming immortal bureau is in desperate need of talent. If Zhuge goes, he'll immediately gain power and might even become the fourth head of the bureau. Third, heir apparent, you've forgotten that Grand Emperor Heavenly Talisman is still around. He's just in seclusion. Who would dare make a move against the calming immortal bureau? If he ever comes out, wouldn't they all die without a grave? Fourth, I know you have an extremely powerful backer. Perhaps I can tell you that Grand Emperor Heavenly Talisman won't come out of seclusion, but forgive me for being blunt, but your backer is a bit weaker than Grand Emperor Heavenly Talisman's. How could he possibly know Grand Emperor Heavenly Talisman's movements? If you believe me, then when Grand Emperor Heavenly Talisman comes out, you'll suffer a calamity. Bao Ming, Er's explanation was clear and logical. When Gu Zhanjian heard this, he closed his eyes as if he was thinking. After a while, he opened his eyes abruptly. Bao Ming, you're really something. I don't have anyone like you among my subordinates. You're good at management, scheming, and you have a huge backing. Just now, I used a secret method to investigate, and I discovered that what you said was true. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Liu Baiwei, Gu Chansha, and the fourth have abandoned the calming immortal bureau's affairs to hide in their fiefdom. They've been setting up all sorts of deadly formations. I thought they were cultivating some powerful technique or opening the heavenly demon tome. I didn't think they'd be doing this. They're actually hiding the Lord of Seven Stars. You found out the truth so quickly. As Bao Ming spoke, the contract between the two shattered. Once the contract was completed, it automatically broke. Gu Tianjian hadn't played any tricks. Besides, even if he did, Bao Ming had other plans to deal with it. Most importantly, Bao Ming seemed to be of great value to Gu Tianjian. Of course, I've been keeping an eye on the calming immortal bureau's every move for a long time. But you actually know about such a secret. Could it be that you've already infiltrated the core of the calming immortal bureau? Gu Tianjian stared at Bao Ming. Logically speaking, this is an absolute secret. Of course I have my ways. This is also my secret. Bao Ming put on a mysterious front. But as long as Crown Prince understands, as long as you give me enough benefits, I can provide you with even more information. Ha! Gu Tianjian laughed loudly. Refreshing. Truly refreshing. Our cooperation today was truly delightful. I can't believe you told me such information. The 3 dragon creation pills were well spent. It seems I really underestimated you. In that case, if you stay in Gu Chincha's fiefdom, you'll be able to uncover even more secrets. In the future, you'll be able to ruthlessly stab him in the back. I want the calming immortal bureau completely destroyed. That Liu Baiwei in particular must be captured. Crown Prince, you're not afraid of my great prestige dynasty. Bao Ming was still probing. The person behind Crown Prince is not afraid of the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor, but that doesn't mean that Crown Prince is not afraid. My personal advice is that Crown Prince should be careful in everything you do. Don't become a pawn of someone powerful. What you said makes sense. Gu Tianjian was getting more and more surprised. It seems like if you come under my command, I'll be able to benefit more than I imagined. Crown Prince, there are also outstanding people under you. For example, the one who is helping Crown Prince run his business in secret. Bao Ming laughed. You're trying to find out more about me, but that's fine. Gu Tianjian waved his hand. Don't worry about this. Right now, the most important thing is to cooperate with each other. You continue to stay in Gu Chincha's fiefdom, and keep a close eye on Zhuge movements. If anything happens, inform me immediately. How about that? Our deal is over. Bao Ming naturally would not let go of the chance to squeeze Gu Tianjian. We'll continue our deal. Very good. Gu Tianjian laughed. I like straightforward people like you. In the future, every time you send me an important piece of information, I'll give you a dragon-raising pill. How about that? Crown Prince, you're really rich. I'll thank you. Bao Ming stood up and cupped her hands. I'll go find out more information now, so that I can get a dragon-raising pill from Crown Prince. Take care. I won't see you out. Gu Tianjian did not stop her. Right now, he really needed Bao Ming to send him a steady stream of information. The Calming Xian department had many secrets that even Gu Tianjian could not pry into. As Lu Baiyue and Gu Chench's cultivation grew higher and higher, he could only lament his inadequacy. Bao Ming immediately left. Watching her leave, Gu Tianjian smiled. Mr. Feng, you can come out now. A person walked out from the back hall. This person wore a white cloth wrapped tightly around his head. It was a middle-aged man. He was mysterious and had an ancient aura about him. He was Mr. Feng, who had assisted the 10th Prince, Gu Zhinsha, in the past. This woman brought such important information. Mr. Feng's eyes flashed as he pondered the shocking news of the Lord of 7 Stars. But I just used the celestial eye levitation technique to observe the situation in Gu Chench's fiefdom. It seems he's telling the truth. There are deadly formations everywhere. If it were something else, there would be no need to mobilize so many people. Mr. Feng, did you not see the Lord of 7 Stars, Zhuge? Gu Tianjian Divine. Chapter 287. When will I be able to comprehend the supreme mysteries of the ancestral which Scripture, the Tao of the past? I have already cultivated the Rage Fist to an extremely high level. Apart from that, there are also the Sorrow Fist, Enduring Fist, Thought Fist, Intent Fist, Gratitude Fist, Forgetfulness Fist, and Evil Fist. I am about to merge them all together. I am still lacking a little and haven't reached the chaotic realm where I can change endlessly with just one thought. Gu Tianjian savored the fist technique. Rage, sorrow, enduring, thought, intent, gratitude, forgetfulness, and evil. They are all related to the heart. As the saying goes, anger enslaves the heart, but the heart is enslaved. The fist of sorrow reverses the heart. This is not the heart. The other fists all have this meaning. Mr. Feng said, if you can completely master these 9 fists, you will at least reach the Tao realm, 20 transformations, gathering and dispersing impermanence. Gathering and dispersing impermanence. Gu Tianjian smiled viciously. I am now at the golden core of the Tao realm, 18 transformations. If I go one step further, I will be at size manipulation, 19 transformations. This realm is probably the realm of some old antiques, but Mr. Feng doesn't seem optimistic. Could it be that I can't deal with Gu Chensha and Lu Baiyue? Gu Chench's cultivation is really weird, but his biggest reliance is the Dragon Gate that he crafted himself. This Dragon Gate is a part of the Dragon Transformation Tower that a martial emperor crafted. The chaotic world demon ape god gave it to Yuan Shisheng to craft. Who knows how much effort it took, but Gu Chensha stole it and used a mysterious technique to craft it. He was actually able to activate the potential of the tower. Mr. Feng continued. Later on, he and Lu Baiyue fused countless magical treasures and cultivated the Dragon Gate. This treasure has the ability to absorb and refine, and it is no less powerful than many ancient supreme treasures. If you encounter him, I'm afraid that only death awaits you. I know he was able to capture Jing Fanxing with a wave of his hand. His sword forms the void, and his sky is boundless. However, Jing Fanxing's cultivation base is the same as mine. I can kill 3 to 5 of them by myself, said Gu Tianjian disdainfully. Jing Fanxing is also extremely powerful. He is an outstanding talent of the Black Heaven Earth sect. You must not underestimate him. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer. Mr. Feng waved his hand. None of the unparalleled geniuses are ordinary. Actually, your strength is completely dependent on the Great Spirit God ring. This ring was formed from the Great Spirit God skeleton, and it is also the channel through which you communicate with the Great Spirit God. The dragon nurturing pills and dragon nurturing pills that you obtained were all derived from this ring. This ring actually leads to the divine kingdom of the Great Spirit God. However, you have to be careful. The Great Spirit God is the most cunning of gods. I'm afraid he has other plans. It's just an exchange of benefits. Gu Tanjian said faintly, "The force behind Mr. Feng is actually using me. I really can't believe it. You will believe it in the future." However, besides the Great Spirit God, there seems to be another force behind the Crown Prince. In my eyes, the Crown Prince is also unfathomable. Mr. Feng was testing the waters as he spoke. "I'm a person favored by the heavens." Gu Tanjian smiled mysteriously. "However, the ancient sorcerer tribe is powerful. Since you have given me so much support, I still have to express my gratitude. What do you want? Just tell me." "It's simple. We want our king to come back to life," said Mr. Feng. "Your king? Who is it?" Gu Tanjian asked. "Crown Prince, you are well read. You should know about the Xingqiang tribe." Mr. Feng said the name solemnly. "The fiercest man in China." At first, Gu Tanjian was shocked. However, he soon felt his hair stand on end. "Your king is actually him? I heard from the ancient legends that he killed many heavenly sons. Later on, the ancient heavenly sons united together with the immortal Tao mysterious gate, and even the demon race and demonic Tao. In the end, they killed him, and his corpse was suppressed everywhere. Could it be that this is true?" "It is true," said Mr. Feng. "If you can resurrect our king, the Crown Prince will receive great benefits." I can't even protect myself after resurrecting such a terrifying existence. However, it's not that I can't negotiate. As long as there are enough benefits, I can do anything. It all depends on whether you can pay the price. The Great Spirit God has given me so many dragon cultivating pills and even dragon creation pills. Now, all you have done is teach me some martial arts and give me some treasures." Gu Tanjian was still asking for benefits. "The treasure I gave you is called the Grand Shaman's Heart. It can protect your nascent soul, your flesh and blood, and give you more life force than others. Crown Prince, you absolutely must not underestimate this treasure. If you refine it, you will reach the 21st Tao Realm transformation and the 5 Elements transformation sooner or later. There won't be any obstacles. I will carefully study this treasure." Gu Tanjian nodded. "I've already sent Mr. Feng to investigate the whereabouts of the Lord of 7 Stars. What do you think, Mr. Feng? Should we take her by force?" "That's the key," said Mr. Feng. "The Lord of 7 Stars is the king of all stars. Whoever obtains, it will be surrounded by countless other stars, and they'll have an endless supply of talent. But right now, Zhuge is under Gu Chunsha and Lu Baiyue's command. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to take him." Thankfully, we received this information in advance, so we can make our own arrangements. Furthermore, Zhuge hasn't truly fused with the 7 Stars yet, so he isn't the true Lord of 7 Stars. If we take him, we can use all sorts of secret arts to separate his soul from the mysteries of the 7 Stars and extract them. If he succeeds in fusing with it, it will be useless even if we kill him. Then, Mr. Feng, go gather the experts. When the time comes, we'll move together." Gu Tanjian nodded. Mr. Feng turned and disappeared into the darkness. As Gu Tanjian watched him disappear, his eyes flickered with a vicious light. After he completely disappeared, Gu Xingjian rotated the giant spirit ring and rubbed it twice. Immediately, a picture of smoke emerged from it, and a blurry face appeared. "Why have you summoned me?" The face spoke in an archaic voice. "The Lord of 7 Stars has appeared. What should we do?" Gu Tanjian explained the information he'd just received. The face seemed visibly shaken. Good, very good. This is great news for me. This is a chance for you to truly transform. If you can obtain the mysteries of the 7 Stars and become the Lord of 7 Stars, then you'll be the King of the Stars. You'll be able to gather all the stars and we'll succeed in our mission. Right? What should we do about Chiju? Gu Tanjian was a bit worried. He gave me the techniques and treasures. If I refine them according to your cultivation method, will he be able to tell? He even wants to release their king, who turns out to be the Divine Prefecture's #1 fiend, Xing Xiong. Don't worry about it. They're already in decline. It won't be so easy to regain their former glory. The face laughed coldly. That's all part of my plan. If I want to truly resurrect and wield the might of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, I'll probably have to devour some of their things. Then let's discuss how we can seize the Lord of 7 Stars as quickly as possible. Who would have guessed that Baoming would be so short-sighted as to sell information about the Lord of 7 Stars for such a small benefit? Gu Tanjian wanted to let out a long howl, but he held it in. It seems the heavens are helping me. Should I notify Wu Dankong? Dragon Fortune pills are no small matter. You can't use them carelessly. It's worth it to trade 3 of them for this information. You can notify Wu Dankong, but it's best if you sell the information to him. I'm sure the Wu clan will pay several times the price for this information. But if the Wu clan interferes, we might not be able to truly seize the Lord of 7 Stars. Then let's discuss this further, said Gu Tanjian, his expression grave. The moon was high in the sky. The skies of the wildlands were bright and clear. Light shone down upon the forest, and countless animals let out terrifying cries that rose and fell incessantly. Living in the wildlands at night was extremely terrifying. Those who were timid wouldn't be able to sleep through the night. Who knew how many monsters lived in the wildlands? At this moment, Gu Chansha and Baoming were once again meeting in a mountain valley. They hadn't chosen to meet in their fiefdom precisely because there were so many people watching, and they were worried that someone would notice something was amiss. Baoming produced the 3 pills and handed them to Gu Chansha. According to our plan, I've traded information about Zhugeya for 3 Dragon Fortune pills. Gu Chansha accepted the pills and tossed them into the Dragon Gate. In the blink of an eye, they were in the depths of the Buzhou Palace. The enormous spell formation rotated, probing, studying, and refining. The 360 Heavenmender generals were constantly chanting incantations to activate the Buzhou Palace. After 4 hours, Gu Chansha produced another medicinal pill and handed it to Baoming. There really is something wrong with this pill. Gu Tanjian placed a vicious restrictive spell inside. If you consume it, you'll be under his control. Thankfully, I used the power of the Buzhou Palace to dispel the restrictive spell. Now, you can consume it without worry. If you consume one, you'll become a peerless genius. As for the other 2, I'll fuse them into the Dragon Gate. They'll gain the true meaning of dragon creation and ascend to the next level. Don't worry, I only need 1. Taking more won't do me any good. Besides, this is our plan. Let's spread word about the Lord of 7 Stars. First, we'll throw the situation into chaos. Then we'll wait for the big fish to take the bait. Baoming took the pill and wrapped it up in connate Empyrean energy. Flames burned, and the pill transformed into the image of an ancient dragon gate. Countless living beings entered the gate, then emerged as true dragons, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. She used her nascent divinity to touch the image of the pill, and a smile appeared on her face. As for Gu Chansha, he used his nascent divinity to power the Dragon Gate, causing it to erupt with shocking waves of energy. Considering the level of his cultivation base, he wouldn't have been able to detect Gu Tanjian's restrictive spell. But recently, he and Liu Baiwei had refined the mysteries of the sinful star and the evilest star, making him something like the reincarnation of a star. Furthermore, he was even more powerful. Now that he had formed a nascent divinity, his nascent divinity power was 10 times that of a golden core Dao cultivator. By using his nascent divinity power to power the Buzhou Palace and the Dragon Gate, he was able to unleash the true power of these 2 treasures. Crack! Crack! The Dragon Gate was like a person who, after consuming 2 dragon creation pills, had transformed. Chapter 288. Dragon creation energy was a mysterious energy that contained many mysteries. This wasn't something that Gu Chansha could nurture. Gu Chansha had been trying to comprehend the dragon creation energy, but with his realm, how could he comprehend it? He had never obtained a dragon creation pill. At this moment, he used the wisdom of the stars to deduce the mysteries of the dragon creation pill. Slowly, as the dragon creation pill seeped into the depths of the dragon gate, Gu Chansha roughly understood the mysteries of the dragon creation energy. Of course, he didn't have the ability to create the dragon creation energy. He could use the dragon gate to create the dragon raising energy, but the dragon creation energy was one grade higher than the dragon raising energy. The difference was like heaven and earth. The difference between geniuses and geniuses was huge. It was easy for geniuses to break through to the Tao Realm 9 transformation glass body, but it was tough for them to reach the 18 transformation Great Tao Golden Core. As long as geniuses cultivated, they would definitely be able to reach the Great Tao Golden Core. Gu Chencha's Dragon Gate had the Dragon Raising Heart technique. Through the Dragon Raising Heart technique, he could merge many energies, combine them, break them down, and turn them into Dragon Raising energy. Then, the Dragon Raising energy would transform and form the Dragon Raising pill. If a normal person ate the pill, they would become a genius. The complexity of the changes couldn't be described with words. Moreover, this also involved the mysteries of the Dragon Gate itself. At this point, Gu Chansha was already a pill refiner and artifact craftsman. His intellect was really deep and was close to that of a saint. He could see through the essence of everything. This was the reason why he was able to analyze the secrets of the Dragon Creation Pill so quickly. However, he couldn't craft the Dragon Creation Pill as the Dragon Gate was incomplete, unless he could find the true ancient Dragon Gate. Otherwise, even if he became a god, he wouldn't be able to craft the pill. To be able to craft the Dragon Raising Pill and turn people into geniuses was already his limit, and it was a heaven-defying thing. This was the result of him cultivating the Son of Heaven God sealing technique and using the Sun and Moon Dragon blood to nourish the Dragon Gate. Geniuses were born from the heavens. Without the Son of Heaven's God investiture arts, Sun and Moon Dragon blood, it would have been impossible for Gu Chansha to transform the Dragon Gate into a dragon-nourishing elixir. This was also the reason why Yuan Shasheng, the chaotic demonic deity Ape, and many other experts could not transform the Dragonization Tower into the Dragon Gate. Furthermore, the Dragon's Gate was formed after Gu Chansha sacrificed the heavenly Daos many times, borrowing the power of the heavenly Daos to form this gate. In other words, the mysteries of the Dragon's Gate contain a portion of the power of the heavenly Tao. This power far surpassed the refinement of a deity. It was not without reason that Gu Chansha relied on the Dragon Gate to roam the world and lock up Golden Core experts at will, capturing and humiliating them. Right now, he didn't need any armor or weapons. He just wanted to focus on forging this Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate was his life treasure. In the future, it might even become his incarnation, his second nascent divinity. The Dragon's Gate had been refined by his heart's blood, and now, with the power of his nascent soul, it was pushed to its limit. After absorbing the energy from the 2 Dragon Creation Pills, Gu Chansha breathed in and out, and he found that some runes and thoughts had appeared within it. He analyzed these runes and thoughts, and vaguely deduced some wondrous mental cultivation method. It was the Dragon Creation mental cultivation method. However, just the power of 2 Dragon Creation Pills was far from enough. He needed more Dragon Creation Pills to obtain more Dragon Creation Chi to evolve the Dragon Gate. As the Dragon Gate evolved, he felt that the Buzhou Palace in the Dragon Gate was gradually affected by the power. It seemed like some of the Dragon Gate's aura was starting to merge with the Buzhou Palace, showing signs of being refined. This was something that Gu Chansha had always wanted to do. He wanted to merge the Dragon Gate and the Buzhou Palace together to form a supreme treasure. However, this was not an easy task. If the Heaven Sacrifice Talisman was still here, he would have a chance to use the power of the heavenly Tao to forcefully merge them. However, the talisman had flown away. With his strength and Lu Baiyue's Xuanwu baby. Even the fourth couldn't do it. What kind of existence was the Buzhou Palace? It was a palace that the ancient son of heaven, Zhou, had painstakingly refined. It expanded and expanded, forming a grotto heaven. If not for Grand Preceptor Wan Hong's refinement and restoration, Gu Qinsha probably wouldn't even be able to activate it. This treasure was not something that the black vast dragon ship, the 10,000-li soaring cloud flag, the sun-swallowing boss serpent pouch, the celestial dragon hoop, and the sea-carrying gourd could compare with it. If the Buzhou Palace was at its peak, it would definitely be comparable to the Book of Heavenly Demon. However, after the Great War of Gods and Demons, the palace was filled with flaws. Even Grand Preceptor Wan Hong had only restored its basic functions. The current Buzhou Palace was still in a state of wreckage. It only had half of its former might. This was because there would still be thousands of divine soldiers and puppets operating in the Buzhou Palace. However, there was not a single one now. Although Gu Qinsha had 360 heaven-mending divine generals, it was still a far cry from the 100,000 divine soldiers and generals that the Buzhou Palace had at its peak. The Buzhou Palace was most proficient in divination and creation. In terms of combat defense, Gu Qinsha had discovered that the core material of Buzhou Palace contained the aura of the Dragon Gate of the Great Desolate Era. Hence, if he could fuse Buzhou Palace with Dragon Gate, the two would become one, and he would definitely obtain a true supreme treasure. Gu Qinsha had been working hard all this while. Originally, he couldn't see any hope. However, after the Dragon Gate devoured the 2 dragon creation pills, its power increased greatly. Its intrinsic quality improved, and it began to slowly devour the Buzhou Palace. This made Gu Qinsha feel that success was in sight. No matter how powerful the Buzhou Palace was, it was impossible for it to be as intrinsically powerful as the dragon creation pills. The dragon creation pills could directly create peerless geniuses. At this moment, the Buzhou Palace was fusing with the Dragon Gate. The massive essence chi of the Dragon Gate and the energy of the Buzhou Palace combined. All sorts of cycles were like pipes that connected to each other. They formed an incomparably huge whole. Gu Qinsha felt that the Dragon Gate and Buzhou Palace had become much lighter. They were light as a feather. In the past, it was extremely exhausting for him to circulate his essence soul to activate the 2 Dharma treasures. However, it was much easier now. Often, he only needed a tiny thought to unleash their full strength. Rumble. At the place where the Dragon Gate and Buzhou Palace merged, the essence chi vibrated endlessly. The 4 great elements of earth, water, fire, and wind surged endlessly. The first to bear the brunt were the 360 heaven-mending divine generals. Under the effects of the earth, water, fire, and wind, these heaven-mending divine generals suddenly collapsed and then reformed again. This went on for thousands of times before they once again condensed into brand new heaven-mending divine generals. And the new heaven-mending divine generals were still wearing battle robes and holding 3-pointed, double-edged blades. The vertical eyes at the center of their brows shone brightly. However, their bodies were more lively. The meridians in their bodies and the spirituality in their brains were more active. They were filled with intelligence. Now, if these heaven-mending divine generals were released, each of them would be able to hold their own. Whether it was doing business, dealing with interpersonal relationships, farming, or even fighting in the imperial court, they would be able to do it with ease. And these heaven-mending divine generals all had Gu Qinsha's knowledge. They were all intelligent, and their aptitudes were all geniuses. The manufacturing ability of the Buzhou Palace, the dragon-nurturing energy of the Dragon Gate, the Son of Heaven's God investiture art, the Sun and Moon Dragon's handle, the Great God Massacre art, and other rare and wondrous techniques finally produced the power of the heaven-mending divine generals. Great! Gu Qinsha saw that the merging of Dragon Gate and Buzhou Palace was settling down. He was delighted. Now, Buzhou Palace and Dragon Gate have roughly merged by 1%. If I have 200 dragon creation pills, then it will be enough. Then, I will be able to totally merge Bujo Palace at Dragon Gate. Moreover, Dragon Gate will also transform to an unbelievable realm. But I think that even the great spirit god behind Gu Tanjian doesn't have so many dragon creation pills. After all, until now, Gu Tanjian only took out 3 dragon creation pills to exchange for Bao Ming. The other people who joined him didn't get any dragon creation pills at all. Gu Qinsha had a large amount of intel and knew that 3rd brother Gu Hongsha, 7th brother Gu Fasha, 10th brother Gu Jinsha, 14th brother Gu Yinsha, and 18th brother Gu Hongsha all obtained Gu Tanjian's dragon-raising pills. All of them became geniuses, and their strength increased greatly. Now, they were cultivating in the dark and accumulating strength. As long as one was a genius, along with resources, it wouldn't be hard for one's soul to leave the body. 200 dragon creation pills would directly create 200 geniuses. Along with time, it wouldn't be impossible for them to wipe out some of the 72 sections. But Gu Qinsha was able to see some of the mysteries of the dragon creation energy. It was really beneficial for his cultivation. The 2 dragon creation pills that the Dragon Gate had devoured had given him a tremendous boost in strength. After the divine heaven-mending generals were reassembled, not only did the strength of each of them increase by at least 30%, the Dragon Gate's ability to absorb, speed, and strength had also greatly increased. Most importantly, after combining with the Bujo Palace, the speed at which he could create magic treasures, weapons, and armors had also greatly increased. It seemed like if this continued, he wouldn't need the Celestial Craft Institute at all. Your aura has changed once more. It seems like you have become much stronger. Bao Ming had already refined the pill. She realized that her entire body had changed. Her eyes became deep, and she seemed like a totally different person. But even if she became an unparalleled genius, she still couldn't compare to Gu Qinsha. She realized how terrifying Gu Qinsha was. I have to thank you for scamming those 2 dragon creation pills out of me. They allowed me to understand many mysteries, and my soul comprehended many secrets. Gu Qinsha recovered and was in high spirits. It seems like we will have many more opportunities from now on. I just don't know what Gu Tanjian will do after he receives news of the Lord of 7 Stars. If I were Gu Tanjian, I would definitely go all out to rob him. After all, obtaining the Lord of 7 Stars means he has the talent of a top saint. Even F.A. Wuxian can't compare to him. Bao Ming sighed emotionally. You and Liu Baiwe didn't even think about refining Zhuge Ye. That's the righteousness of the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court's tolerance is great. The Celestial Pacification Department's goal is to pacify the immortal Tao and have it work for the common people. That is the foundation of the Imperial Court. Since ancient times, not even the saints of the human race have been able to subdue the immortal Tao. But the Celestial Pacification Department's goal is to expand the scope of what the saints can do. As the saying goes, the bigger the ambition, the bigger the scope. We can accommodate Zhuge Ye. Chapter 289. Then what do we do now? Do we save up and exploit Gu Tanjian? Bao Ming, he said, I feel that he has many secrets on him. If we can obtain them, it will be very helpful for us to increase our strength. The main thing is to extract the dragon creation pills from him, Gu Qinsha said. Right, we also have the secret of Xing Qin's reincarnation. These are 2 talismans. Bring them to Gu Tanjian, and he will naturally know about Sky Crime and Earth Evil Twin Stars. Other than that, there are many other secrets that you can tell Gu Tanjian, including the matter of Go Qin's demon soul in the Book of Heavenly Demons. We must extract as many dragon creation pills from him as possible. If Gu Tanjian learns about these secrets, will it be beneficial for us? Bao Ming knew that some trump cards had to be kept. It's fine. The more Gu Tanjian knows, the more careful he will be. He won't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, these reports are not all we have. Gu Qinsha had his own ideas. If we can obtain more dragon creation pills from him, my strength will increase to an unbelievable level. For humans, 1 dragon creation pill was enough. Swallowing more wouldn't have much effect. However, Gu Qinsha was different. The Dragon Gate could swallow many dragon creation pills. The more dragon creation pills, the better. No one knew how many dragon creation pills Gu Tanjian had, or how many the great spirit god behind him had. Gu Tanjian was easy to deal with, but the great spirit god behind him was very difficult. Moreover, from the information obtained from Bao Ming, Gu Tanjian did have an existence stronger than the great spirit god behind him. In addition, Gu Tanjian's hidden strength was also more or less revealed. I will impart many of my cultivation techniques to you. This way, you will have more capital to contend with Gu Tanjian. Gu Qinsha had originally hired Bao Ming, to be his teacher, but now that he had encountered many miraculous encounters, his insight and knowledge far surpassed Bao Ming's. From Gu Hua's memories, he had obtained the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor's knowledge and cultivation. After that, he had interacted with Time Mengdi, obtained the Book of Heavenly Demon, and received the supreme, profound meaning imparted by Wen Hong. With all sorts of experiences, coupled with his own comprehension and hard work in reading, his knowledge was no less than that of many old antiques. Not only that, Lu Baiyu's knowledge seemed to be even richer. She had received the teachings of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor, and when the two of them worked together, they could corroborate each other's knowledge and gain even more. At this moment, Bao Ming was already a peerless genius. His thinking ability and comprehension ability were incomparable to before. Gu Qinsha imparted the various divine powers in the Book of Sky Demon, as well as the myriad stars flying immortal art. At this moment, Bao Ming felt that Gu Qinsha's primordial spirit was as vast as a giant god. He felt that his primordial spirit was not something he could compare to. Bao Ming's own primordial spirit was not worth mentioning in front of Gu Qinsha's primordial spirit. It was like an ant on the ground looking at a giant rock in the sky. Rumble. Bao Ming's aura sword. Many thoughts and cultivation techniques appeared in his mind, as though he had the ability to be reborn. Peerless geniuses are also divided into different levels. The real peerless geniuses are those who can comprehend their own Tao, cultivate their own fist arts, and find the most suitable cultivation path for themselves. These peerless geniuses are the most terrifying. Now, you have to accumulate all sorts of knowledge and finally brew your own thing. When that time comes, your strength will increase by several times or even 10 times. Gu Qinsha was guiding Bao Ming. Now that Bao Ming had joined the Calm Celestial Division, he was a capable general. Within the Calm Celestial Division, apart from Gu Qinsha, Lu Baiyu, and the fourth, there were Lu Yu, Long Zaifei, Lu Baiyu, and Jin Suebua. With Bao Ming, they will be much more efficient in the future. Let's go. Let's head back to the land. Cultivate well, and in 3 days, you will be able to grasp it. Then, you will be able to bait Gu Tanjian. Gu Qinsha used the Dragon Gate and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he landed in his own land. He told Bao Ming to comprehend and cultivate while he went to find Lu Baiyu to explain the matter in detail. Lu Baiyu was comprehending the mysteries of the great massacre god technique and thinking about his golden core. After cultivating to the Tao Realm 18 transformation and the great Tao golden core, one needed to slowly reach the golden core realm. Then, it would affect one's body and change one's bloodline. One's body would become unbelievably big and small. This transformation was really tough, and many experts found it hard to break through. If one's cultivation wasn't good, one's body would explode, and their cultivation would be destroyed. One could only use the golden core to fly out and find a new body. But how would the new body be as good as the original one? Did the plan succeed? Lu Baiyu saw Gu Qinsha walk over and open her eyes to ask. Gu Qinsha recounted Bao Ming's experience. I realized that the dragon creation elixir is extremely beneficial to the dragon sect. If the dragon sect and the Buzhou Palace combine and become one treasure, then even if we don't have the Book of Heavenly Demons, we can still protect the Tranquil Immortal Department and Zhugia. Dragon Gate creates and nurtures dragons. They have supreme strength. Unfortunately, I didn't get the dragon creation pill from Tian Zishu's tomb. Otherwise, I would be able to help you. Lu Baiwei said, "It is really tough to break the Sky Monster book." So, I underestimated this book. If the book didn't have the North Star continents, with our current cultivation, even if we can't activate it, we can open the inner space and take out the treasure. But the North Star continent is the ancestor of all monsters, so we can't let our guard down. What did Aunt Hu say? Gu Qinsha asked. We can't believe a single word of this nine-tailed fox. No matter what she says, we can't listen to it. Don't believe it. Just extract her from the book and refine her essence soul. Then, we'll naturally know many secrets of the Book of Heaven Fei. Lu Baiwei said, Unfortunately, my cultivation is dragging me down. I have only reached the 14 transformation of Tao realm, so I can't keep up with you. If I can form the Great Tao Golden Core and merge our two cores, along with the Black Tortoise Baby in the fourth, we won't even care about Aunt Hu. Gu Qinshan knew that his soul wasn't strong enough. Let's do it step by step. Don't be impatient. Your cultivation speed is already really quick. Thinking back to when you were 14 years old, you weren't even a warrior. Now, at 18 years old, you are already at the 14 transformation of Tao realm. With your own strength, you can kill great Tao Golden Core experts with a flick of your fingers. This is already a rare speed. Lu Baiwei said, If I fight you now, I probably won't be your match. Lu Baiwei had formed the Great Tao Golden Core and was really strong. But if she fought Gu Qinsha, she might not be able to win. Of course, this was because Lu Baiwei didn't have any treasures. Gu Qinsha had Dragon Gate and Buzhou Palace. In the depths of Dragon Gate, he also had 360 heaven repairing god generals who were at the 11th transformation of Tao realm. Now, Gu Qinsha's heaven repairing god general had transformed once more and would advance soon. 360 Tao realm transformation, 11 experts formed a formation. That was extremely terrifying. If he didn't use treasures, then Gu Qinsha wouldn't be Lu Baiwei's match. Let's go and see how Zhuge Ye's cultivation is going. Gu Qinsha thought about it. Our problem this time is to deal with Zhuge Ye's crisis. Lu Baiwei said, I want to send someone to inform Wu Dangkong to sell this report to her and get benefits from her. Then, she and Gu Tanjian will restrict one another. That way, we'll be much safer. That is a good method. Lu Baiwei and him directly entered the depths of the cave. Below them were winding passageways that were all dug out by the Black Tortoise Baby. It was unknown how deep it was. It was simply a maze, and there were even many great formations. The Xuanwu Baby's skills were even above Fa Wuxian's, and he was a true antique. With him there, many antiques didn't dare to head over. In the deepest part of the cave was a ball of starlight. Within the starlight was a person. That person was Zhuge Ye. Zhuge Ye had obtained a deep cultivation technique. The Sky Demon Book, 10,000 star flying celestial technique, they were all saints' wisdom. With his intelligence, he could comprehend them quickly. Along with Gu Qinsha, this place was a true treasure land. The Xuanwu Baby had managed it for many years, and who knew how many materials he had spent? It was no weaker than some of the caves in the 72 mysterious gates. His cultivation during these 2 months was just shocking. Logically speaking, they were both born saints, but Fa Wuxian couldn't compare to the Lord of 7 stars Zhuge Ye. Be it cultivation speed, comprehension, divination, or hiding methods, he was much weaker. Moreover, Zhuge Ye's destiny was to mess up the calculations of the heavens. Unless he appeared, no one would be able to find him. He actually formed a Yuan soul. Lu Baiwei and Gu Qinsha looked at Zhuge Ye within the starlight and couldn't help but be shocked. Last time, Zhuge Ye's cultivation was at the 7th transformation of the Tao realm. Now, just 2 months had passed, and he had formed a Yuan soul. That was really terrifying. The 14th transformation of the Tao realm, the Yuan soul left the body. This was Zhuge Ye's current cultivation. How long? Boundless starlight appeared around Zhuge Ye, intertwining with each other. Shockingly, 7 huge stars appeared above his head, which rotated around each other to form the handle of a dipper. Wherever the dipper pointed, bizarre and monstrous scenes of the future would appear. What a strong Yuan soul. He hasn't merged with the 7-star profoundness, but the strength of his Yuan soul is already far above mine. If he truly merged with the seven-star profoundness, how strong would he be? Gu Chunsha saw through the intricacies of it. Gu Chencha's Yuan soul was really strong. Normally speaking, a cultivator at the 18th transformation of the Tao realm could only use their Yuan soul to do 8,000 to 9,000 things at once. At most, they could do 10,000 things at once. But he was only at the 14th transformation and could do 10,000 things at once. This meant that his Yuan soul was 10 times stronger than an 18 transformation golden core cultivator. Now, Zhuge Ye's Yuan soul was probably doing hundreds of thousands of things at once. And this was before he merged with the seven-star profoundness. If he did, wouldn't he be doing millions of things at once? 10 million at once? What would happen then? That isn't surprising. If you don't use the Dragon Gate to fight him, you won't be his match. He's at the same realm as you. Lu Baiwes said, after all, he is stronger than Fa Wuxian, so it is understandable. Gu Qinsha had personally witnessed how strong Fa Wuxian was. Now, he didn't even have the ability to fight him. If Zhuge Ye was stronger than Fa Wuxian, then he didn't know how to deduce it. God Machine Battalion 498796571, God Machine Battalion 499690348, God Machine Battalion 347526-179. Chapter 290. I hope Zhuge Ye is truly willing to work for the Celestial Commerce Department. If he's an enemy, it'll be too terrifying. Gu Chunsha and Lu Baiwei exchange a glance. They saw Zhuge Ye multitask. He absorbed the power of the stars and circulated it within his body. He even took in many other unknown energies and arranged them in a way that was in no way inferior to the Buzhou Palace. He also had many strange ideas. He pushed the heavenly demon tome and the myriad star flying immortal art to their limits. The heavenly demon tome itself was a peerless art, and the myriad star flying immortal art was a star theory created by Wen Hong, who was a son of the heavens. He had comprehended all sorts of divine abilities. Both of these techniques pointed directly to the saints and contained the supreme principles of the great Tao of the origin. Zhuge Ye, on the other hand, was able to innovate and come up with something completely new. Watching Zhuge Ye's cultivation, Gu Chunsha felt that this person could be his teacher. Zhuge Ye's comprehension and application abilities far surpassed his own, as expected of the Lord of Seven Stars. He had no choice but to accept it. During this period of cultivation, Gu Chunsha gave Zhuge Ye the Book of Light that Grand Emperor Heavenly Talisman had given him to read. Every time Zhuge Ye gained more knowledge, his thinking ability would increase by another level. Zhuge Ye's comprehension of all sorts of martial arts was like the creation of heaven and earth. However, he also had his uses. He didn't just blindly expend energy. He cultivated underground, working with the black tortoise to absorb starlight and transform the earth. Deep underground, he perfected the black tortoise's formation, refining the earth into an unshakable diamond. With him at the center, the rocks for several kilometers around him were all infused with the power of the stars. They became dazzling and dazzling, resembling jade. This was the result of absorbing starlight and mixing it with spiritual energy to refine the rocks into stellar jade. Then he laid them out to increase the land's spirituality and defensive capabilities. After he refined ordinary rocks, not even Taoist flying swords could pierce them. Even experts' nascent spirits and psyche couldn't pry into them. Rumble. Zhuge Ye transformed again. The power of the stars turned into thick starlight and bombarded his body, causing his entire body to be covered with a starry robe. After a full 6 to 8 hours, he finally stopped. The starlight dissipated, and he returned to normal. He opened his eyes and looked at Gu Chunsha and Lu Baiwei. He bowed deeply. Many thanks to you for teaching me the heavenly demon tome and the myriad star flying immortal art, allowing me to master them thoroughly and truly activate the power of the 7 stars in my body. As the Lord of 7 stars, I command the stars, and I'm adept at using the power of the myriad stars to transform my body. I have comprehended many things from this, and I hope to share them with you too. As he spoke, he sent a thought over. Gu Chansha and Liu Baiwei accepted his thoughts and realized that he had comprehended many of his experiences. These were all pioneering things, and his wonderful ideas made Gu Chansha and Liu Baiwei gasp in amazement. Mr. Zhuge is too polite. Your comprehension of the heavenly demon tome is deeper than ours. If we all comprehend it together, it will be much faster and more perfect than thinking alone. We still have to rely on Mr. Zhuge's wisdom in the future. That's right. Mr. Zhuge actually cultivated a nascent spirit so quickly and advanced continuously without encountering any obstacles. We've never even heard of such a cultivation speed, let alone seen it. It's not even recorded in the history books. I don't think there's anyone in the Mystic Dao sect who can compare to you in terms of aptitude. Liu Baiwei's eyes flickered. By the way, Mr. Zhuge, what do you think of the Heavenly Demon Tome? Now that you've cultivated a nascent spirit, can you open the Heavenly Demon Tome with us? Capture that ant who shun? I've been planning this for the Celestial Commerce Department. Zhuge returned to his role as a strategist. Right now, I'm about to truly fuse the 7-star profundities into my nascent spirit. Originally, cultivating the glass jade body would reveal some things, but with the help of the black tortoise's nest and the myriad star flying immortal art, I was able to cover it up. But after cultivating a nascent spirit, I can't delay any longer. Otherwise, the longer it takes, the more dangerous it will be. The Celestial Commerce Department has a solid foundation and is full of talents, but we lack time. We still can't deal with the giant antiques. We have to open the Heavenly Demon Tome, but it contains many of the demon race's secrets. I heard from the 2 department heads that the primogenitor of the demon race, the North Star Emperor, is inside. We can't act rashly. Even if I become the Lord of 7 Stars and become a true sage, I might not be able to deal with the North Star Emperor. Mister, are you saying that there's nothing we can do? But to tell the truth, your status as the Lord of 7 Stars is no small matter. If you cause a manifestation and experts come to fight for it, it'll be extremely difficult for the Celestial Commerce Department to hold them off. Gu Chansha spoke the truth. If we can open the Heavenly Demon Tome, our chances of success will increase. Then our only option is to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Zhuge said, I already have a plan. Since I'm in the Celestial Commerce Department, I have to make plans for it. If my speculations are correct, the 2 department heads have already begun their plan. Why do you say that? Gu Chansha's eyes flashed. Your Highness, your cultivation base has advanced recently. You've actually formed a nascent spirit. Congratulations. The first is that you've refined the profound truths of the stars into your body. As the Lord of 7 Stars, I'm actually the king of all stars. As long as I'm around, I can attract the attention of countless reincarnated stars. Based on your auras, I can tell that you've refined the profound truths of heavenly sin and earthly evil. Zhuge smiled. This move has caused the cultivation of the 2 department heads to improve greatly, which is a cause for celebration. Putting aside the fact that there will be more assurance in the future, the second point is that the dragon gate in your Highness body has already been reborn and seems to have absorbed the dragon-making chi. In that case, you must have obtained the dragon-making pill from Gu Tanjian's body. As for how you obtained it, I believe that only earth-shattering news would be able to make someone like Gu Tanjian willingly hand over the pill. Good. Gu Chansha repeatedly clapped his hands. His heart was filled with shock. Zhuge was truly terrifying. With just a glance, he was able to speculate that he was on the mark. This kind of person far surpassed him. In truth, I've also speculated that the 2 department heads aren't the type to just sit around and wait for death. In the current situation, the best method is to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, said Zhuge. I do have a plan, but as for the specifics, I'll have to ask you to help me perfect it. Gu Chansha knew that his plan couldn't be considered flawless. He needed Zhuge's help in perfecting it. Only then could it be truly flawless. Of course, right now, I'm going to sell my information to Wu Dankong. Zhuge said, we'll let the Wu family and Gu Tanjian suspect and attack each other. We'll be able to take advantage of that. However, we'll need to find a suitable person to sell to Wu Dangkong. Who do you think is suitable? Liu Baiwa interrupted. Of course, it's Jean Suebois, Zhuge said. But last time, Jean Suebois rejected Wu Dongkong's recruitment. It seems that the two of them even fought. Jean Suebois came back and told us everything. We didn't ask too much. We don't suspect the people we use, and we don't use the people we suspect. This was Gu Chinch's style of doing things. That's a good style. However, Jean Suebois most likely has the profundities of the stars. Unfortunately, he's not the reincarnation of Heavenly Star. He must have used some sort of magical item, some sort of secret magic. In a critical moment, he was able to steal the workings of heaven, causing the profundities of the stars to fall into his hands. Zhuge said, including the two of you, I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future after you steal the profound of heavenly sin and earthly evil. Don't worry, the tribulations will actually raise your cultivation base. Gu Qinsha didn't care at all. In that case, shall we let Jean Suebois go look for Wu Dangkong? Let me have a chat with Jean Suebois. Zhuge, you cupped his fists. I'll definitely accomplish great things for you. Good. With Mr. Zhuge here, we don't have to worry. Gu Qinsha and Liu Baiwa were overjoyed. The two of you have a bright future ahead of you, far surpassing me. The Heavenly Talisman Emperor's plans are definitely far-reaching. Actually, now is the time to bet on the treasures. Should I bet on the Heavenly Talisman Emperor's side, or the Heavenly Tao's side? I came here on the orders of the Heavenly Tao, and should follow it. However, I have high hopes for the Heavenly Talisman Emperor, and the temperament of the two of you attracted me. After careful consideration, I came up with a plan to rely on them. Zhuge was very sincere. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Gu Qinsha and Liu Baiwa nodded. They watched as Zhuge's body moved slightly, and then he disappeared. With this person's current cultivation base, he can kill a golden Dan of the Great Tao like Jing Fanqing without the help of any treasures, Gu Qinsha evaluated. In the Celestial Commerce Department, Jean Suebois was reading through some documents. He also held great authority now, and under his command were the sect leaders of the second and third-rate Immortal Tao sections. Together, they could summon the wind and summon the rain. In the Immortal Tao, they were a considerable power. Although they couldn't compare to the 72 orthodox Immortal Tao sects, they were gradually infiltrating the Immortal Tao. Many of the Immortal Tao's businesses were under his control, and while bringing in large amounts of income for the Celestial Commerce Department, he was also making a lot of money. Mr. Jean, how have you been? Just as he was reading through the documents, Zhuge walked in and greeted him. When Jean Suebois saw Zhuge, he was shocked. He hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Mr. Zhuge. Mr. Zhuge has come out of seclusion, and your cultivation base has improved greatly. Congratulations. All right, Mr. Jean. I came here today because I have an extremely important matter to discuss with you. Zhuge waved his hand. He looked around, and with a wave of his hand, stars enveloped the entire palace, isolating it from the others. Jean Suebo's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect Mr. Zhuge to have cultivated to such a level. Mr. Jean, are you sincerely working for the Celestial Commerce Department? What do you think of the 3 department heads? After Zhuge sat down, he took out a pot of tea as if by magic. He poured a cup for Jean Suebois, then asked. Chapter 291. Mr. Jean, I know what you're thinking. Zhuge nodded. There will be a drastic change in the world sooner or later. The appearance of the Celestial Talisman Emperor has completely changed the structure of the Immortal Tao and the Mortal Tao. The unprecedented change in the past 10,000 years has begun. The shaking of the heavenly Tao and the descent of the stars are all signs of it. People of our generation have to obey the will of the heavens, so we must advance step by step and make the right choice. Otherwise, we might become a stepping stone for others. Mr. Zhuge is 10 times wiser than I am. I'm sure you didn't come here to discuss this with me, Jean Suebois said. I wonder which 5 stars Mr. Jean possesses. Right at that moment, Zhuge suddenly opened his mouth, and it was earth-shattering. Jean Suibo looked shocked for a moment, then calmed down. Mr. Zhuge, you're the Lord of 7 stars, the king of all stars. You can't hide any of the secrets of the stars from me. I hope you can teach me how to fuse them together. Once I become the Lord of 5 stars, I'll follow your lead. Sigh. Zhuge waved his hand. The Lord of the 5 stars is no small matter. It's not something an unparalleled genius can compare to. Although he's not a true innate saint, he has many abilities that are comparable to an innate saint. This is a heaven-defying act. Even if that person is blessed by the heavenly path and has the Lord of the 5 stars descend onto his body, he'll still face many difficulties. Furthermore, you're trying to steal from the heavens. If you fuse the 5 stars into your body and your nascent soul right now, then I'm afraid you'll instantly attract the tribulations of the heavens and earth. A myriad of stars will descend to annihilate you. Lightning will strike you, wind will blow you, and fire will burn you. Even if you're undying, you'll still be annihilated. Stealing the star ultimacy and fusing it into my body is nothing. The 2 lords also fuse the heavenly sin and earthly evil ultimacy. Jean Suibo seemed to know everything. We can't compare to the 2 ministers. You know King Chen's cultivation. He has a lot of secrets, and his aura is so majestic that I'm afraid no spell can compare to him. Princess Uefu's divine slaughter art is the #1 ultimate art in history. The combination of the 2 will give rise to a miracle that even creation can't achieve. These are all part of Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor's calculations. Can you compare? Zhuge Ye's tone turned somewhat overbearing. You should know the strength of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor. Not to mention refining 10,000 stars, it wouldn't be strange for him to even refine the Heavenly Tao. Since the 2 ministers can refine it, you can't. Mr. Zhuge, do you mean that you want me to offer my 5-star profound? Jean Suibo frowned. I have to have some trump cards, right? Besides, the current situation is not clear. There's no need for that. 5-star profound is extremely shocking, and it might not be in your grasp. If I'm not wrong, you should have the help of the Peerless Heaven Scroll. Only this book has the ability to calculate heaven and earth, and only then can you steal from the heavens. However, like the Book of Heavenly Demons, this book is severely damaged and difficult to recover. It should be recuperating in the depths of the space-time turbulence. Zhuge, you said, this book's power is equivalent to that of a god. If you want it to recover, the best way is to kill living beings and offer their souls to this book. You must have done a lot of such things in secret these days. Is Mr. Zhuge here to denounce me? Jean Suibo didn't panic at all. That's not it. My purpose today is very simple. I'm here to work for the Celestial Pacification Department. The 2 of us must work together and achieve a world-shaking feat. Zhuge, you said. The main thing is that Mr. Jean can help me fuse the 7-star profound. How about I help Mr. Jean fuse the 5-star profound? I can even help you subdue the Peerless Heaven book and make it yours. It won't be the book controlling you, but you controlling it. You have such great ability? Jean Suibo didn't believe him, but then he relaxed. I'm just asking too much. Mr. Zhuge is a lord of 7 stars rarely seen since ancient times. In the future, he might even surpass a saint. Once he truly fuses with the Peerless Heaven book, his cultivation will be world-shaking and unimaginable. Given time, subduing the Peerless Heaven book won't be an empty promise. But is this the intention of the 3 department heads? Of course. Before I came here, I already met with the 2 department heads. How can I act arbitrarily on such an important matter? Zhuge said, what do you think? Since Mr. Zhuge has a brilliant plan, I'll listen. Jean Suibo cupped his hands. If there's anything you want me to do, I'll immediately carry it out. After all, we're both people of the Celestial Pacification Department, and Mr. Zhuge's position is above mine. If there's anything you want me to do, I'll do it. If that's the case, then I'll speak. Zhuge sent a thought into Jean Suibo's mind. Jean Suibo was surprised at first, but then a look of joy appeared on his face. I'll do it right away. This is a dangerous move. Right now, this is the only method we can use. If we let Wu Dangkong and Gu Tanjian fight each other, we can gain some benefits from them and force them to use their trump cards. That will save us a lot of trouble in the court, and we can take advantage of this opportunity to expand our influence. For this, I can use myself as bait. Zhuge was calm in the face of danger. I'll do as you say, Mr. Zhuge. Jin Suebua stood up and disappeared. At that moment, Zhuge saw that the entire room was filled with documents that hadn't been approved yet. With a thought, all the documents flew up into the air and then neatly arranged into categories. It only took a few breaths of time to finish all of this. Zhuge's intelligence was much higher than Jin Suebua's, so he handled all kinds of things with ease. Come in. After going through the documents, he gave an order. At that moment, a few people walked in. Two of them were the green and white snakes. When they saw Zhuge, they quickly bowed and said, "Mr. Zhuge, what can I do for you? Send out these documents. I've already gone through them. Miss Bai and Miss Qing, please stay here. I have something to say." Zhuge waved his hand. Yes. These people started to move the documents swiftly and decisively. When they finished, the green and white snakes stood below, waiting for him to speak. "Ladies, don't be so formal." Zhuge invited them to sit down. "Now, you're in charge of contacting the old subordinates of the demon race. How's the progress?" Reporting to Mr. Zhuge, "We've already contacted the fox race and sparrow race, but the results are minimal. The demon race is now under the demon saint's command, so it's difficult to get them to listen to the imperial court's orders." The green and white snakes shook their heads. "Moreover, the demon race has issued a kill order for us. It's personally led by K. Rumor has it that she's contacting the barbarians and gathering a few extremely powerful demons from the ape race. They're preparing to attack our fiefdom. We're going to seize the divine demon book." "Very good. If K. sends people to look for you again, just say so." Zhuge transmitted his thoughts to them again. "All right. Mr. Zhuge's plans are flawless. I'll definitely follow your instructions." The two snakes nodded. "That's good." Zhuge suddenly moved, and two talismans appeared in front of him. The talismans were carved out of jade, and there were countless starlight shining on them. There were also countless characters flowing about, and there were also the 28 constellations within them. They seemed to be both righteous and evil. "This is the 10,000-star transformation talisman that I spent 2 months crafting. The two of you can take one each, and after refining it with earth energy, you can use it when you face danger. This talisman will turn into a protective shield to protect you, and then release star lightning to blast open the lock and bring you out. But this talisman can only be used once, and it is a way to save your lives. With this talisman, even Golden Core experts won't be able to do anything to you." Zhuge had cultivated the 14 transformation of Dao Realm, soul projection. He could pretty much kill people like Jing Fanxing right away. The talismans that he spent 2 months to prepare were one-time spells that were really strong. "Thank you, Mr. Zhuge." The green and white snakes were delighted. "If you have any problems in cultivation, you can find me." Zhuge said, "You are all geniuses, and logically speaking, you can cultivate to the 17th transformation. But I have a secret technique that will allow you to cultivate to the golden core of the great Tao. Sir, you are unpredictable. With you, we will be able to look down on the world." The white snake could speak. "It isn't hard to look down on the world, but we need to get through the tribulation first." Zhuge waved his hand, "Go." After everyone left, Zhuge fell into deep thought in the tranquil immortal department's recording room. Palace, concubine Ming Hall. Wu Dangkong was still cultivating. She breathed in golden energy, turned into a dragon shape from her pores. It drilled in and out, and she seemed like a true dragon nest. With her, as the center, the sun and moon appeared around her and shone so brightly that her entire body turned transparent. She was cultivating the sun of heaven god sealing technique and combining it with her own techniques. She was really mysterious. After a long while, she slowly retracted her technique. Her body rippled with the aura of a ruler, but but she was still unsatisfied. Unfortunately, I still haven't comprehended the 20 changes of the Tao realm. Gathering and dispersing are impermanent, so I can't combine my physical body, Yuan Shun, and Golden Dan to form Xiantian Qi. When I gather, it will take form, and when I disperse, it will become Qi. At that time, it will be much easier to do things. At the 19th transformation of Tao realm, even if one's body was the size of a grain of rice, there were many places that were hard to enter. It was also difficult to drill into the ground. After reaching the 20th transformation and turning into Xiantian energy, one could easily drill into many dangerous places. Moreover, the speed at which one absorbed spiritual energy wasn't something that the 19th transformation could compare to. One could even turn into a giant formation. Goddess, Jean Suebwa sent a message saying that he has something to discuss with you. Can you meet him? At that moment, a maid walked in. Oh, this person tried to recruit him last time, but he was sharp-tongued and rejected him. This time, he actually came. There is definitely a trap. A dark and cold expression appeared on Wu Dongkong's face. However, he is an important person. If he is killed, at least half of our department will collapse. Even as the words left her mouth, she vanished, reappearing on a remote mountain peak in the wildlands. There, she found Jean Suebwa observing the stars. Chapter 292. Why is your highness so impatient? Jean Suebwa said confidently, I came here to make a deal with you. What do you say? What kind of deal? Wu Dangkong didn't know what Jean Suebwa was planning. Last time, she had tried to suppress him and kill him, but she hadn't expected him to be so unfathomably powerful. Not only did he possess the profound mysteries of the stars, but he also had the peerless heaven tome. At this level, he was most likely an ancient freak of the profound immortal Tao. No one could do anything to him. Last time, Her Highness Concubine Ming was overbearing. She wasn't willing to pay any price and just wanted to rope me in. She even gave me two choices. One was to rely on you and become your slave. The other was to have me die. Who would sincerely follow you when recruiting subordinates like this? Jean Suebwa sneered. However, I came here today to discuss a business deal with Her Highness. Oh, business? What do you want to sell me? Wu Dongkong's eyes seemed to pierce right through him. Of course it's something you're interested in. For example, the reincarnation of Xing Chun. Jean Suebwa acted according to Zhuge Ye's plan. I know that Your Highness recently had some sort of fortuitous encounter and that your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. You're also doing your best to defeat the Celestial Commerce Department. But I know that if you don't act now, the Celestial Commerce Department will grow 1,000-fold. When that time comes, you won't be a match at all. What do you mean? Wu Dangkong didn't believe Jean Suebwa at all. The reincarnation of Xing Chun. Jean Suebwa extended a finger. If the Celestial Commerce Department manages to recruit a reincarnation of Xing Chun, will it increase in power? You're also a reincarnation of Xing Chun, right? Wu Dangkong smiled mysteriously. However, after I went back and carefully thought about it, I realized that your 5-star mysteries were most likely stolen from the heavens. There's no way you could have fused them with your own nascent spirit. Furthermore, they were probably obtained by the Peerless Heaven Tome and have nothing to do with you. You're just a spokesperson for the Peerless Heaven Tome, aren't you? If you really were the Lord of 5 stars, your cultivation base wouldn't be as low as it is now. You guessed correctly, I have the Peerless Heavenly Scripture supporting me from behind. Jean Suebwa was unmoved. But this is my business. How about we talk about the deal? Are there any reincarnated stars in the calming immortal department? I've sent people to keep an eye on the tranquil immortal department day and night, but they don't seem to have discovered anything. Wu Dangkong kept probing. Your men? What kind of expert could your subordinates have that they would dare to spy on the tranquil immortal department? Jean Suebwa's words were not polite in the slightest. Your ladyship's foundation is still shallow. I don't think there are any unparalleled geniuses among the subordinates you can command. Within the Calm Immortal Bureau, the peerless geniuses were Long Zifei, Lu Huayue, Lu Yu, Qian Zhen, Zhao Yang, Zhou Bu, and Mo Chao. These 7 people are all extremely powerful, and their cultivation is improving every day. I believe that the Empress Scenic Martial Merchant Association has also experienced their methods. Wu Dangkong frowned. It was true that she didn't have any unparalleled geniuses among her subordinates. Unparalleled geniuses were extremely rare, and they could only be found through luck in the immortal Tao's 72 mystic gates. The Wu clan had unparalleled geniuses, but their statuses were the same as hers. Why would they work for her and listen to her commands? In history, there were many eras where unparalleled geniuses could become the monarch of a country. They were the founding ancestors of a country and had great talent and bold vision. With so many unparalleled geniuses gathered in the calming immortal department, all aspects would naturally be operating more smoothly. Jin Suebwa was also an unparalleled genius, which was why he could rope in hundreds of second- and third-rate factions in the immortal Tao. Furthermore, as the calming immortal department's influence grew, it would be easier for him to rope them in. Bao Ming was also an unparalleled genius, and he had secretly joined the calming immortal department. With so many formidable individuals gathered and working together, the calming immortal department's potential was extremely terrifying in the eyes of outsiders. Moreover, there was a black tortoise overseeing this place. The black tortoise's aptitude was equivalent to an innate saint. It could circulate the heavenly Tao, swallow and spit out immortal essence, and forge its lair. As long as it was close to the black tortoise's lair, it would be contaminated. It would possess the power of the black tortoise, and even ordinary herbs would become spirit herbs. This created an unknown amount of income for Gu Chinch's fief. Apart from them, Long Yun, Yu Hanlu, the white and green snake's little foster son, Yi Ming, and Yi Zheng, as well as a few people under the fourth, were all geniuses. With this structure, the calming immortal department had already become a force to be reckoned with. It was like a young true dragon. As long as it grew its claws and teeth, it would be able to soar above the 9 heavens when it encountered a thunderstorm. In order to deal with the calming immortal department, Wu Dangkong researched day and night and even tried to rope in people, attempting to break the calming immortal department from the inside. However, the calming immortal department was an iron plate and extremely united. Meanwhile, her Wu clan and factions had their own ulterior motives. Even her former fiancé, Jing Fanqing, was actually a member of the Black Heaven Earthgate and wouldn't work for her wholeheartedly. As far as the eye could see, she didn't have any capable subordinates. However, capable subordinates relied on luck and were very difficult to nurture. If the calming immortal department were to obtain a few more reincarnators of Xing Chun, then how am I going to survive? Even if I'm the imperial concubine of the upper study room, I would still be pressured to the point where I can't breathe and live a life of incomparable humiliation. None of those ministers would side with me. Gu Tanjian is also harboring evil intentions when he cooperated with me. Life is truly difficult. Wu Dangkong pondered in her heart and was also fuming with anger. This was completely different from when she was in the Scenic Martial Merchant Association. In the Scenic Martial Merchant Association, she handled matters with ease. She contacted hundreds of clans and prospered with each passing day. However, in the imperial court, as the imperial regent, she couldn't play many tricks. How could a small Scenic Martial Merchant Association compare to the affairs of the entire world? If it was in the past, Wu Dangkong would have been more than enough to become the emperor. However, the current world had been expanded thousands of times by the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. Not only did it encompass the entire divine land, but it also involved the immortals, devils, and demon seas. These powers were tangled and complicated. Even though Wu Dangkong was an unparalleled genius, her abilities were somewhat lacking. Tell me, which reincarnators of Xing Chun are there in the calming immortal department? Wu Dangkong asked. If you want me to reveal my secret just like that, then how can I still do business? Jin Suebwa laughed. Could it be that your highness isn't willing to pay any price? Then forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid that no one will cooperate with you in the future. What do you want? Wu Dangkong frowned. This news of mine is extremely shocking. If your highness doesn't care, I'm afraid that it will be too late for regrets. This time, the calming immortal department has really recruited an earth-shattering figure. Since your highness has been keeping an eye on the calming immortal department day and night, you should know the recent situation of the calming immortal department. Jean Sibo followed Zhugeye's instructions, slowly luring Wu Dangkong into the trap. In the conferred land, Gu Qinsha, Lu Baiyue, the fourth, Zhugeye, Long Zaifei, Lu Huayue, Lu Yu, Qin Zhen, Zhao Yang, Zhou Buimo, Chao Baoming, Long Yun, Yuhan Lu, Yiming, Yizheng, Shi Zhongchan, and the others had all gathered for a meeting. Every once in a while, the calming immortal department would hold a meeting. Firstly, it was to summarize the gains and losses, and secondly, it was to observe everyone's loyalty to see if they had been bribed by someone else. Lastly, it was to discuss the future development plans. By brainstorming, they could come up with many good ideas. This time, it was naturally because of the matter regarding Zhugeye. Zhugeye activated his intelligence and laid out a trap everywhere, slowly weaving a net to increase the safety factor for him to completely fuse with the seven-star profound meaning, and also to obtain many resources for the calming immortal department. Mr. Zhugeye, this is a list of our various matters. Please take a look. Long Zaifei took out a stack of documents and passed it to Zhugeye. Right now, his main task was to lead troops into battle, expand the territory, and deal with the barbarian race. The years of fighting and killing had cultivated an incomparably capable temperament. He had gone deep into the savage forest a few times and killed his way through. He had also encountered many dangers, but he had managed to turn danger into safety many times. Gradually, he had developed the temperament of a big shot. This is your military layout in the surroundings, right? Zhugeye read through it in an instant and thought for a moment. Right now, our calming immortal department's army has already formed, and we don't lack equipment. We have a great advantage against the barbarian race. However, from what I see, the barbarian race is also continuously improving and learning. We can't underestimate them. Originally, the barbarian race wasn't good at manufacturing because they could offer sacrifices to the evil god and naturally obtain power. They could live freely in the savage forest. However, because the emperor had sealed the evil god's power, they could no longer offer sacrifices. This way, the forest that they originally relied on for survival had instead become an obstacle. However, this way, the wise barbarian race will think of ways to improve and learn from our Yonko. The barbarian race has a huge population, and the savage forest is practically endless. The number of barbarians living there far exceeds the number of people in our divine prefecture. Originally, the tribes would fight and kill each other, but now there's a trend of unity. Furthermore, without the evil god's power, although the barbarians are physically weak, their minds are clear and they won't be invaded by the evil chi. Their intelligence has also increased. I see that in these 2 years, the barbarian race's population has decreased, but the number of experts has actually increased. We have to guard against this. The barbarian race has a huge population, and it doesn't matter if they decrease a little. They have been eating raw meat for tens of thousands of years and haven't developed at all. That's because the evil god has suppressed their intelligence. Now that they are fighting against the Yonko, they're actually forcing out their potential. Most importantly, the demon race is also secretly helping the barbarian race. Lu Baiwei analyzed, actually, I'm not afraid of Wu Dangkong, Gu Tanjian, or those immortal Dao profound sects. What I'm most afraid of is still the barbarian race and the demon race. Yes, the barbarian race and the demon race are the real enemies. The last time Kaying came, she wanted to kill all of us. I've already remembered this woman's matter. When there's a chance, I'll destroy the nest of 10,000 dragons. The fourth's brows were filled with killing intent. Chapter 293. No matter how they fought internally, the barbarians would always be their greatest enemy. This was the thinking of the Department of Tranquility. The entire Department of Tranquility was very clear-headed. They could not give the barbarians a chance just because of internal strife. Zhuge saw this very clearly, and his strategy was the same. Our biggest obstacle now is the demonic ape temple of chaos. Liu Yu also led the troops to fight, killing everywhere. With the 5 of them working together, no barbarian expert could stand up to them. I heard that Yuan Shashing has cultivated to the great Tao Golden Core not long ago and is contacting the demon experts in the demonic ape temple. He even invited a few old apes. I'm afraid they will come at any time and destroy our land. The apes are one of the strongest races among the demons. The demonic ape god used to be a demon too, but he later became an evil god of the evil god camp. However, he has a deep relationship with the apes. They have worked together many times to attack humans, Liu Huayue said. Liu Huayue voiced his opinion. With our current strength, if it was only Yuan Shasheng, we would have taken down the divine temple long ago. Yuan Shasheng had many trump cards, but Gu Chunsha and Liu Baiyue's current cultivation base was terrifying. If the 2 of them joined forces, without the help of the fiend god, even 10 demonic ape temples of chaos could be leveled. But if the apes were added to the equation, it would be hard to say. The apes were demons. When the demonic ape god was still around, they had protected the temple. Now that Gu Chunsha wanted to attack, the old apes would come out to suppress them. Rumor had it that some of the old apes had undying bodies. These old apes were very terrifying, and the Department of Tranquility was very wary of them. Among the demons, the apes were almost the most powerful race. Some immortal cultivators even knew that at their peak, the apes had been even stronger than the Black Heaven Earthgate. Throughout history, the demons from the apes had all shaken the heavens and stirred up chaos. In the ancient times, the apes had even challenged the emperor and been suppressed. Even demon Saint Li Wanlong had treated the apes with respect. He had not meddled in their affairs, nor had he controlled them completely. To flatten the demonic ape temple and kill the ape barbarians, they had to challenge the enormous demon race, the apes. The Department of Tranquility's current strength was far from enough. Our real enemies should be the barbarian tribe and the ape tribe. Zhuge returned the report to Long Zhaifei. Based on the reports from the past few days, the barbarians have mobilized their troops, indicating that the Yao are attempting to counterattack. In these 3 to 4 years, the barbarian race can be said to have been defeated again and again. They have lost a large amount of land, and the area of tens of thousands of miles outside the pass has been occupied. The imperial court has even built the capital city outside the pass, and many temples have been broken through. The barbarian race has endured this for a very long time. Even if I were a barbarian, I wouldn't be able to take it. Gu Qinsha nodded. Mr. Zhuge, it's mainly about you. The most important thing right now is for you to fuse the 7-star profound meaning. I'm just worried that this matter will be the breaking point. Right now, Wu Dangkong is stirring up trouble in the imperial court. Gu Tanjian has ulterior motives. The aristocratic families are getting restless. The mystical immortal Dao sect is filled with hatred, and the reincarnated Xing Chun is hiding everywhere. If Mr. Zhuge fuses the 7-star profound meaning, the stars will tremble and strange phenomena will appear. I'm afraid that the situation will explode, creating a situation that will be hard to deal with. That's inevitable. Zhuge was also very serious. With my intelligence, even I don't know what the situation will be like. After Zhuge, he fuses the 7-star profound meaning. His aptitude will far surpass Fa Wuxian. This will not be tolerated by the ghosts and deities of heaven and earth, and there will definitely be a great calamity. Should we make the first move and attack the barbarian race first? The 4th suggested. This way, we can disperse the barbarian race's plan. I think so too. Zhuge pointed with his finger. However, I can no longer suppress the 7-star profound meaning in my sea of consciousness. I think, at most in a month's time, the 7-star profound meaning will automatically fuse with my primordial spirit. Time is pressing. We have to plan everything well. Gu Chinch's eyes were sharp. Next, we have to spy on the barbarian race and demon race's movements. Since K-ing returned without any results, she will definitely make a comeback. I have long wanted to sweep through the chaotic, demonic ape temple. Long Zifei rubbed his palms. I led the army to patrol the borders of my fief, and we would often encounter harassment from the demonic apes. The army is still fine, as they have armor to protect themselves, but the commoners and adventurers can't resist at all. They are captured and killed. Some of the more powerful demonic apes even use their souls to refine treasures. It seems like the demonic ape race and barbarian race are about to attack, and this is just a test. Sure, Zhongchan expressed his opinion. My father also sent a message. Ever since the emperor went into seclusion and Wu Dangkong became the upper study supervisor, the barbarian race has started to move. Many barbarian kings, barbarian sovereigns, and barbarian emperors have started to contact each other. Their great counterattack is about to begin. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Zhuge already had a plan. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent starlight condensed into a huge three-dimensional map in front of everyone. This map included the surroundings of the desolate land and the divine continent. It was vivid and lifelike, and there were even people coming and going like ants. The universe palm. Liu Baiwei was astonished. Rumor has it that a sage can contain the world situation and future changes in a single palm. Could it be that you have such an ability? Although I have a 100% chance of reaching the sage realm, I don't have such an ability. The universe palm can only observe the distribution of all living beings in the world, but not their past and future. Zhuge said, I can communicate with the stars and make use of the reaction of the starlight. The 7 stars hang in the sky, illuminating the world with their light. They are equivalent to my eyes, so I don't need to go out to know the world situation and changes. Impressive, impressive. Gu Qinsha couldn't help but sigh. With such a talent in the calming immortal department, why would they be afraid of Fa Wuxian? Moreover, once Zhuge completely integrated the 7-star profound meaning, he would be much more powerful. Look, this is the situation at the border. Zhuge turned his palm slightly, and the three-dimensional map of the starlight expanded, becoming a mirror image of the border of his fief. At the border, demonic qi was boiling. Many barbarian soldiers were chopping down trees and building something in the forest. There were also barbarian experts using their innate stellar energy to cultivate altars and build formations for the soldiers. These barbarian experts are all mobilized. It's a bit scary. Gu Qinsha looked carefully and discovered that in the depths of the desolate forest around his fief, there were indeed many brilliant barbarian cultivators moving. They built altars, absorbed spiritual qi, refined talismans, and set up killing formations. They seem to be preparing for a large-scale attack. If the barbarians attack, do we defend or retreat? Sure, Zhongchan asked. It seems that the barbarians' counterattack this time is extremely fierce, and it's clearly aimed at our fief. It's not a large-scale battle, but a concentrated attack. This will change the way we fought in the past. There are also powerful people among the berserkers. They know that the strongest fiefdom in calming immortal department belongs to King Chun, and the situation in the imperial court is in chaos right now. If we attack that fiefdom, Wu Zhangkong and Gu Shangjian will not provide reinforcements. Instead, they will hit us when we are down. Even some people from Celestial Path Sect will try to rob us. Zhuge said, but we can't retreat. If we do, we will become a target. Luckily, I have the idea to use myself as bait to make them fight one another. I will head around to take a look. Gu Qinsha stood up and said, the barbarians are coming at us ferociously. We might not be able to defend against them. Why don't we assassinate them first and make them panic? At the same time, I will kill the demonic barbarians and collect their souls. That way, I can refine many puppets. Gu Qinsha had cultivated to the 14th transformation, and his soul left his body. He knew the secrets of the soul power, and he had a deep understanding of the soul. He finally knew why the soul was so important to the Tao and also to the gods. Souls were the common currency. Using souls to worship the heavens after the Tao collected it, it would give back all sorts of things. Using souls to worship the heavens after the gods collected it, they would also give rewards and buffs. All of this showed how useful the soul was to the Tao and the gods. Even now, after cultivating to the 13 transformation, demon and ghost swallowing, one could refine the soul to replenish one's mind and raise mental power. Mortal realm people use the 5 grains, blood, and flesh. After cultivating to the first transformation, eating energy and fasting, one could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After reaching the 13 transformation, demon and ghost swallowing, one could eat souls. From a certain point of view, eating human souls was actually the work of the demonic Tao. As for the cultivators of the immortal Tao, most of them bitterly meditated and revolved their spiritual sea to increase their psyche force. The efficiency was extremely slow and it took a long time. As for the demonic Tao, they took the shortcut and directly devoured the souls of others, refining them into their spiritual sea to increase their psyche force. One's dantian stored scientian energy. The human brain's sea of consciousness stored spiritual energy. If one used up all the scientian energy, one's dantian would be empty. At such a time, one would have to absorb spiritual energy once more and circulate one's bloodline to refine scientian energy in one's meridians and inject it into the depths of one's dantian to fill it up. Using the same logic, after one's mental power and soul power was used up, one's consciousness would be empty. At such a time, it would be tough for one to even think, and one would be in a blurry state. One had to rest to slowly recover and then nourish one's mind. For example, when Gu Chensha used his primordial spirit to activate Buzhou Palace, it also consumed a lot of primordial spirit power. After creating many treasures, his consciousness would become blurry and he would need a long time to recover. However, if he could devour the souls of others and refine them into elixirs that could replenish the primordial spirit, he could recover instantly. The black-yellow pill was like that. Not only could the black-yellow pill instantly recover scientian energy, it could also instantly recover one's primordial spirit power. This was the power of the Great Wei Dynasty's black-yellow dragon emperor. Moreover, using one's primordial spirit to refine treasures was much more exquisite than using scientian energy to refine treasures. Of course, devouring souls could only replenish one's primordial spirit and not expand one's consciousness. Once one's consciousness was full, devouring souls would be useless. Only the heavenly godlight from before and the increase in cultivation level could expand one's consciousness. Of course, if an extremely skilled cultivator gathered a large number of souls and refined them, they could still expand one's consciousness by burning them with some kind of powerful flame. The 7 Sage Heart Cultivation Pill could also expand one's consciousness and consciousness. Chapter 294. Everyone held a meeting, discussing and expressing their own opinions. Finally, after brainstorming, they came up with a sound plan. Gu Chensha moved slightly and left the center of the fief, heading for the border. The barbarians and demon apes gathered in the savage forest at the border of the fief, ready to attack at any time. It was useless to talk on paper, so they still had to investigate. As for Lu Baiwei, she was still in charge of the affairs of the Calming Immortal Department, giving advice to Zhuge, training Long Zhaifei and the others, making them carry out the plan step by step. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Gu Chensha soon reached the border of his fief. His fief was now very large. Under the attack of Lu Yu's group of 5 and Long Zhaifei's troops, a large piece of land was opened up, forcing the barbarians to retreat. They occupied many forests, grasslands, rivers, lakes, mountains, and plains. Every time they occupied a piece of land, Gu Chensha would carry out large-scale development, building roads, paving bridges, planting medicinal herbs, raising livestock, and building houses to sell to foreign merchants. In recent years, the population of Ianko had been expanding rapidly. Every year, a large number of babies were born, and the death rate was very low. This was the result of affluence and advanced medical care. This way, the land outside the border was worth a lot of money. In addition, there were many opportunities to make a fortune outside the border. Perhaps ordinary people could find spiritual herbs in the savage forest and sell them for a good price. Many people bought medicinal herbs here and transported them to the mainland to sell, earning a lot of money. Thus, countless adventurers and gold seekers came to the border. The construction of Glyph's fief was the best, so it attracted more and more people. Originally, the construction of the fief required a lot of manpower and resources, but after he and Lu Baiwe brought back 6,000-year bone demons from the demon's land, and after Bao Ming Er's refinement, the construction of the 6,000-year bone demons could be equivalent to hundreds of thousands of civilian workers. Moreover, the 1,000-year bone demons did not need to eat or drink, and could continuously absorb spirit qi and convert it into innate gang qi. Of course, the 1,000-year bone demon's innate gang qi reserve was much less than a normal cultivator's, and it was tiring to work. After exhausting their gang qi, they had to cultivate hard to replenish it, and it was difficult to recover. However, under Bao Ming Er's meticulous refinement, these 6,000-year bone demons had many spirit-gathering runes on their bodies, which greatly increased their ability to absorb spirit qi, and they worked much faster. But with the expansion of Glyph's fief, these 6,000-year bone demons gradually became too busy. Fortunately, Gu Chansha had refined 360 heaven-mending divine generals. These heaven-mending divine generals had undergone many transformations, and their cultivation bases were now extremely powerful. Their intelligence was also unfathomable, and they were equivalent to human geniuses. Their cultivation bases were even comparable to peak figures of the Dao realm 11th transformation of the immortal Dao. Just a little bit more, and these divine heaven-mender generals would be able to advance to the 12th transformation, Soul Snatcher. Sometimes, Gu Chansha would release the heaven-mending divine generals at night to modify many places in his fief. This could reduce a lot of pressure. However, heaven-mending divine general was his trump card, and it was where his trump card was. Normally, it could only be hidden in the depths of the Dragon Gate, breathing in and out with Buzhou Palace, cultivating and becoming sturdy. Using it to construct a fief was really a waste of talent. It seems like I still need Bao Ming to create more puppets. But puppets like the 1,000-year bone demons are bred over 1,000 years, so they are hard to create. Gu Chansha observed the situation of his fief as he thought about many things. Only puppets that had cultivated to the 7th transformation of the Dao realm and could use Xiantian Earth Qi to sweep up items were truly good puppets. Apart from that, the other puppets were all physical bodies, and the efficiency was low. However, puppets that could cultivate Xiantian Earth Qi were extremely difficult to create. Even if Gu Chansha had Buzhou Palace and Dragon Gate, it was actually very difficult to create them. Strictly speaking, those 360 heaven-mending divine generals weren't created by him. They were obtained from the decomposition of the 9 Saint Dragon celestial soldiers. In the end, because of many fortuitous encounters, they finally reached their current realm. For example, these 360 heaven-mending divine generals had absorbed the green dragon godwood. This was something that all blacksmiths dreamed of. If it wasn't for Heavenly Heaven-Earth sect plotting against Gu Chansha and Lu Baiwe, Qingyao wouldn't have taken it out to exchange for Jing Fanqing, Jin Chengkong, and Xiao Wujing. Unfortunately, Heavenly Heaven-Earth sect went for wool and came home shorn. The sect leader's soul was refined by the power of the heavens, which helped Gu Chansha instead. This allowed Gu Chansha to deduce many changes to the common people heaven-mending technique and reach small completion. So, while he was thinking about it, Gu Chansha turned into a scholar and landed at the border of his fief. Rows of markets were built at the border of his fief. Most of them were made of wood, and a few of them were made of stone. Behind the markets, dozens of miles away, there was a neatly built city with troops stationed there. These markets were built by many adventurers and merchants. They did business at the border of their fief and built their residences so that they could enter the wild forest to obtain treasures. This was because the forest land within the city where the troops were stationed was Glyph's fief. It was forbidden to gather herbs or hunt there. Even catching bugs was forbidden. Only by exploring the forest outside of the fief would one's gains belong to them. This was also the law of the Great Yonko. This was why waves of adventurers would come to the border of the fief. Relying on the fact that there was an army nearby, they would enter the dangerous areas and even hunt beasts. This was tantamount to living an extremely dangerous life, a life of licking blood from the edge of a knife. Glyph turned into a scholar with a long sword by his waist. He walked on the road to the market. After the rain, the road was covered in mud. If one stepped on it, they would sink in and be unable to pull themselves out. Luckily, he was wearing long boots, so he wasn't afraid. He came to the border of the fief to observe. Although there were many markets here, in truth, it didn't belong to his fief. This was why the roads weren't built here. Some of the roads here were actually opened up by many merchants and adventurers. He could fly and observe all sorts of movements. He didn't need to walk on the ground, but he cultivated the common people heaven mending technique. Interacting with common people helped his cultivation and comprehension. The myriad of living beings was his path. Apart from that, as the fief leader, he had to visit the people of the entire fief. On the muddy road, there were many people walking about. Most of them were strong men, martial arts experts, and there were even Tao realm experts. For years ago, there were very few Tao realm experts. But during these 4 years, along with the development of the wild wilderness, there were many resources and opportunities, causing many people to rise out of the masses. Many talents popped up. Ride, ride, ride. Just as Glyph was walking, the sound of horses galloping spread out from behind him. There were also the shouts of cavalry. Glyph dodged right away. A pair of cavalry galloped over like a dragon, kicking up mud. Many people tried to dodge, but were still splashed. However, those who were splashed didn't dare to curse or chase. Poochie. The black mud splashed up to a person's height, and there was also beast feces mixed within. It was dirty and smelly, and it was about to splatter onto Glyph's body. Glyph waved his sleeves, and energy waves surged, blowing away all the mud. This wasn't Xiantian energy, but the wind of martial arts. When Glyph was at martial arts grandmaster realm, he had the strength of a wolf, a bear, and a python. When he used giant spirit energy, a palm would cause a strong wind that could blow people away. Now that he was at Tao Realm Transformation 14, even if he didn't use the power of the soul and Xiantian energy, the strength of his physical body was still really terrifying. If he used all his physical strength and blew out, he could cause a storm that could blow away a small village and even a small town. He could even uproot the trees in the forest. One had to know that his body was the sun moon dragon body, and it was much stronger than cultivators of the same realm. Just at that moment, the leader of the cavalry pulled the reins of his horse and stopped. The cavalry behind all stopped at the same time. They were really quiet, but they moved like lightning. They showed their exquisite horsemanship and combat strength. Kacha. The black armor on the leader's head actually split open like it was alive. The head that appeared was actually a girl. Horned flood dragon armor. Glyph saw it long ago. This cavalry was actually wearing horned flood dragon armor, which covered their entire body. There were no gaps at all, and fire and water couldn't get in. A few years ago, horned flood dragon armor was an important war resource. But during these years, it slowly spread out, and families with power would spend large amounts of money to buy it from the Celestial Designer Institute. After all, this armor was too amazing. Not only was its defense super strong, but it could also increase one's strength. Anyone who wore this armor could become a martial arts master as long as they knew a little bit of martial arts. But even so, the horned dragon armor was still extremely expensive. An ordinary tycoon at the county level would not be able to afford it even if he sold his entire fortune. This scholar has great skills. Sorry for what happened just now. The female knight who revealed her face cupped her hands and apologized. "We are the knights of the Hongyun Games, responding to the court's summons to fight against the barbarians. Please forgive us for being in such a hurry." Hongyun Games? Guchinch's mind spun rapidly as he recalled the report from the Calming Immortal Department. Aside from collecting taxes from the Immortal Dao, the Calming Immortal Department also secretly monitored the aristocratic families, the various civilian gangs, and the scholarly societies. The number of requests was as vast as the ocean every day. The Hongyun Club was a civilian gang that had risen in the last 10 years. Originally, they did not reveal themselves and only did some business. They controlled the water transportation in some places, but after the war with the barbarians, this gang suddenly rose to prominence. Many experts appeared in their ranks, and they killed the barbarians everywhere they went. They were one of the more powerful groups among the civilians. The Calming Immortal Department had also secretly investigated and discovered that some of the leaders of the Hongyun Games were extremely mysterious. However, they abided by the law and did not do anything out of line. The Calming Immortal Department suspected that this Hongyun Games was also connected to some government figure. Chapter 295. I'm Chun Gong from the capital. I'm out traveling. Gu Qinsha revealed his other identity. You're all doing this for the court, the country, and the people. Why would I blame you? To be honest, I'm also here to hone my martial arts. Killing barbarians to build my career earned me a generous reward from King Chen's fief. I saw Brother Chen's acquired stellar energy vibrating with a wave of your hand. Your martial Dao is flawless, far surpassing the mortal realm Master Realm. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Chun has stepped into the Dao realm. The leading female knight had delicate features and a temperament as sharp as a blade. She'd clearly experienced many battles. Furthermore, this female knight's cultivation was also in the Dao realm. Of course, that was only because she'd just stepped into the Dao realm. Even so, the female knight's status was extremely high. At the very least, she could be the governor of a province, or even higher. There had been more Dao realm experts in the past few years, but they weren't as common as cabbages. Even the Celestial Tranquility Department was recruiting Dao realm experts on a large scale. They even needed martial arts masters. A martial arts master acting as a spy among the people could gather a lot of information and monitor the world's illegal activities. Guchinch's current performance was that of someone who just stepped into the Dao realm. This way, he could gain enough respect without revealing his true strength. There was a border that stretched for thousands of miles at the edge of his fief. 10 armies were stationed there, each with 3,000 to 5,000 people. They were used to defend against barbarian attacks. In the past, 3,000 to 5,000 people defending the border would be like sending food to the barbarian army. Even without the barbarian army, a large beast horde would be able to scatter them and wipe them out. But now, Guchinch's army was full of experts. They were like tigers and wolves. They weren't wearing the horned WIRM armor anymore, but the star battle robes made by Gu Chansha using the Buzhou Palace. It was almost on par with the horned WIRM armor. It was far superior to the horned WIRM armor. After all, the horned WIRM armor was manufactured by the Celestial Designer Institution. Even he would have to purchase it from a Celestial Designer Institution. Moreover, after he obtained the Buzhou Palace, he had the ability to create powerful talismans and armors. In addition, he was also a master at forging talismans. Together with Liu Baiwei, they researched many types of armors and weapons that were beneficial to the army based on the experiences that Grand Preceptor Wen Hong passed on, the magical records in the Book of Heavenly Demons, the mysteries of the Son of Heaven's investiture art and the Great Massacre God art, and Zhuge Ye's deduction wisdom. Those 360 heaven-mending divine generals were wearing heaven-mending battle robes, which were of an extremely high level. These battle robes were difficult to refine, and it was practically impossible to popularize them throughout the army. Therefore, he settled for the next best thing. He placed all kinds of jade stones and metal essences into the Buzhou Palace to absorb the spiritual qi and the power of the stars. He also used other materials to forge an armor that could expand and contract. Not only did it have the same ability as the Horn Dragon armor, but it had a stronger defense and greater strength. It could also automatically absorb the power of the stars and come with spells. In addition, the weapons in the army had also been greatly improved. In the army, even the weakest soldier could charge in and out of the barbarian army. I received pointers from an expert by chance, and in addition to some fortuitous encounters in the wilderness, I exchanged them for medicinal pills. After painstakingly cultivating, I had an epiphany not long ago and actually entered the first transformation of the Tao realm, consuming qi fasting. Gu Chunsha cupped his hands. Sir, you have an extraordinary bearing and a profound cultivation. Your future will be limitless after entering the Tao realm. The female knight said, I am Yao Lian. I wonder if Sir is willing to join the Hongyun Games and fight alongside us? There was no reason for the female knight not to recruit a Tao realm scholar. Join the Hongyun Games? Gu Chunsha frowned. I still don't know what the Hongyun Games are like, so I don't dare to rashly join. Please understand. It's fine. Since you don't want to join, why don't we travel together and kill the barbarians? The rewards of Monarch Chen's fief are indeed generous. According to the rules, killing 10 barbarian soldiers will be rewarded with a fire date, and killing 10 barbarian captains will be rewarded with a drop of spiritual liquid. If you can kill a martial grandmaster of the barbarian race, you will be rewarded with a sky-mending pill. If you can kill a Tao realm barbarian, you will be summoned, and the rewards will be even more generous. The female knight, Yao Lian, said, Divided we are weak, united we are strong. If Sir works with me, we will have many opportunities to kill enemies and earn more wealth. Furthermore, you seem to be lacking in armor. I have an extra set of Horn Dragon armor here. How about lending it to you? If you join the Hongyun Games, I will give you this armor. She patted the bag on the horse's back, which contained another set of Horn Dragon armor. The Hongyun Games are truly rich. Not only did the price of Horn Dragon armor not fall, it actually increased. They actually hoarded so many. Gu Chunsha was secretly shocked. In this day and age, even the rich families would treat a set of Horn Dragon armor as a family heirloom. The Hongyun Games didn't show off their wealth, but they were actually so rich. Although this armor can protect me, it's impenetrable and impervious to fire and water. Although it can kill enemies quickly, it won't put me in a life-or-death situation. I'm here to hone my martial techniques. Gu Chunsha rejected this female knight Yao Lian's enticement. However, I'm very willing to accompany you to kill the enemy. That's good. Yao Lian smiled. Then, sir, please get on the horse. There is no need. My legs are faster than a horse. Gu Chunsha smiled. Let's meet up at the market. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves and leaped up. With a light tap on the mud, he glided away. He seemed to have reached the realm of leaving no trace behind. This person's Qigong is so amazing. He is about to step on water ripples. That is something only someone at the second transformation of the Tao realm can do. A knight said solemnly, such a person is really amazing. If we can rope him into our Hongyun Games, we will have contributed greatly. This person has a firm heart and will definitely become someone great in the future. Yao Lian nodded. This time, the barbarian race and the Yao race have joined forces to launch a counterattack against the imperial court. The biggest battlefield will be Monarch Chen's fief. Many factions have heard the news and have rushed over, hoping to fish in troubled waters. We must be careful. I wonder if Monarch Chen will be able to defend his fief this time. The male knight said, if he can't, then the losses will be huge. Not only will he lose his land, but he will also lose his foundations. His land is the most valuable. It is built really well, and there are many Xuanwu Saint Beasts that the monster race have been eyeing for a long time. Some old monsters want to get this Saint Beast. After refining it, they can obtain the Xuanwu bloodline and break through the limit. There are also rumors that there are many treasures in this land. Yao Lian said, Master told us to come to probe and see what the National Fortune Party and Jing Wushang are up to. All of you have to be careful. Yes. Many knights galloped on the muddy road, kicking up large amounts of mud. The people on the road all avoided them. Indeed, the barbarian race has been mobilizing troops in the depths of the forest. Many powers have sent something. Gu Qinsha knew that things had been going smoothly recently. The barbarian race had been suppressed and forced to retreat. However, the barbarian race had lived for tens of thousands of years and would not compromise so easily. The final battle would come sooner or later. He had heard the conversation at the Hongyun meet and immediately sent a secret talisman to Liu Baiyue and Zhuge Ye. He received a reply soon after. It was Zhuge Ye's secret talisman. I've analyzed all kinds of information and have found some clues about the Hongyun meet. It should be related to the second prince, Gu Qinsha, or he might have secretly set it up. What? It has something to do with the second prince, Gu Qinsha? Gu Qinsha was shocked. The second prince, Gu Qinsha, was the most mysterious one. He had not appeared in court for almost a decade. Rumor had it that he was traveling and drawing a map of the land of infinity for the court. However, there had never been any news of him. The court had almost forgotten about him. However, Gu Qinsha had never let his guard down against his second brother. He did not expect that the second prince would secretly set up a Hongyun meet. It seemed that he had already made a name for himself. It seemed that the second prince's strength was not to be underestimated. Gu Qinsha soon arrived at a large market on the edge of the fief. The market was not planned and was in a mess. Dozens of miles in front of the market was a huge jungle that blocked the sky and the sun. Thick vines and tall trees completely blocked people's sight. At this moment, it was impossible to move forward. Unless there was a great power that could open up a road in the vast mountains, people could only set up camp here and build a market. Generally speaking, the first to expand the territory for the court was not the soldiers, but the civilian adventurers and business groups. They chased after benefits and went deep into dangerous places. As long as it was driven by benefits, no place could resist human desire. Although the market here was not planned, it was extremely prosperous. Many things could be bought in the market, and many masters came here to do business. Compared to the market at the border, the price here was lower, and people could earn good things in the first place. Some smart business groups even transported all kinds of supplies here and sold them to the adventurers at a high price. As soon as he stepped into the market, he heard clamorous shouts. Anti-insect medicine, anti-miasma pill. Do you want it? It's the last batch. If you want to wait for the next batch, I'm afraid it will take 7 days before it can be delivered. Ghost poison smoke, after igniting, can suffocate all insects within a mile. Wooden bow and goose feather arrows. The poison smeared on them will kill the ape upon contact with the blood. Steel crossbow, mechanism, 10 shots in a row. Within 100 steps, can wear iron armor. Raging bull leather armor, impenetrable by swords and spears. Only 3 sets left. Essence pill, military wine. As long as you carry a gourd, you won't need to eat or drink for a few days. 1,000-year blood mushroom, fire ginseng, 10 kilograms of earthly flame gold, various treasures and spirit medicines in exchange for horned dragon armor. Countless voices rang out, and it was extremely lively. Tall wooden houses stood in rows, and many people went to the jungle to cut down trees and build new wooden houses. The Scenic Merchant Association is buying barbarian slaves and living demonic apes. At this moment, Gu Qinsha discovered that the Scenic Martial Association's residence was actually buying living creatures. Chapter 296. Regardless of who obtained the heavenly sacrificial talisman, half of it would be shared with Gu Qinsha. Previously, Gu Qinsha had inexplicably obtained the blessing of the heavenly Tao divine light, expanding his sea of consciousness, strengthening his psyche, and improving his cultivation by leaps and bounds. After careful analysis, he knew that the heavenly talisman emperor's words "man conquers the heavens" had distorted the heavenly Tao. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. From this, it could be inferred that the Heavenly Talisman Emperor was fine. In fact, he seemed to have gained the upper hand in the battle against the Heavenly Tao. With this, Gu Chensha felt much more at ease. The situation in the great Yonko court also didn't worsen. But this time to him, to the calming Immortal Bureau, it was truly a great calamity. He just didn't know if they could survive it. HM, there seems to be a lot of good stuff at the borders. Gu Chensha secretly scanned the entire bazaar with his psyche. Instantly, he discovered many good medicinal herbs, rare ores, wild beast fur, and even the remains of magic treasures. In the desolate wilderness, there had been countless battles since ancient times. In the ancient era, there were heavenly sons of heaven crusading against the immortals, demons, and gods. Everywhere in the desolate wilderness was a battlefield. Many immortals and devils had fallen, and there were even the remains of heavenly demons and gods. Some people would rise to the heavens in a single step if they met someone who knew what was good for them. For example, someone once discovered a heavenly demon relic in the desolate wilderness. This was the condensation of pure primordial spirit energy. In the past, Gu Chensha couldn't refine it. But now, Gu Chensha had the strength to fuse the relic into his sea of consciousness, expanding it and strengthening his primordial spirit. Such a pure primordial spirit crystal was the best nourishment. However, when Gu Chensha scanned the bazaar with his psyche, he didn't discover any heavenly demon relic. Instead, he discovered a different kind of energy fluctuation. It was a fist-sized stone, dark red in color. He could sense that there was something different about this stone. Thus, he strolled over and discovered a burly man who had built a large wooden house and was setting up a stall. This burly man was 10 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a round waist. He was even more muscular than a bull. His face was crimson red, and his long beard reached his chest. With one look, one could tell that he had the aura of a peerless warrior. Gu Chensha realized that this guy was actually at Daorel Transformation 4. He was able to swallow metal and turn stone into one. However, that was his discovery. In the eyes of others, the burly man was only a martial Dao grandmaster. It was because this large man was hiding his strength. He had an extremely powerful talisman on him that concealed his own strength, so that he could play the pig to eat the tiger. But anything hidden under his sun-moon dragon eyes could not be hidden. The sun and moon hung high in the sky, illuminating everything. Nothing could hide from the sun and moon. Once he cultivated to Dao Realm Transformation 4, he would be able to move freely in the forest. He wouldn't need armor, and the poisonous fog wouldn't be able to invade him. Under such circumstances, many good treasures could be found. Within the burly man's wooden house, there were many good things. There were herbs, blades, and even some hidden weapons. Gu Chensha wasn't interested in those things. With his current status, he had everything. The herbs and equipment in the calming celestial department were enough to make any expert go crazy with jealousy. He stared at a dark red stone that was placed among the herbs. His soul seeped in and peeked at it. The power of the soul wasn't simple. It was invisible and formless. Not to mention this burly man, even a golden core Dao expert wouldn't be able to sense Gu Chensha's soul power. One had to know that Gu Chensha's soul was comprehended from the sun of heaven's sealing technique and many fortuitous encounters. Especially after Liu Baiwei comprehended the common people reforming heaven technique. It merged with his common people repairing heaven technique. Spiritual sense connected and the soul intertwined. Slowly, it gave birth to a strong technique that had never been seen before. Even the techniques cultivated by the gods couldn't compare to Gu Chensha's and Liu Baiwei's. The Son of Heaven's sealing technique and the Great Massacre God technique were combined. In addition to the Book of Heavenly Demon, the Myriad Star Flying Immortal technique, and other martial arts, it formed a technique of its own. His physical body, stellar energy, and soul had reached an unfathomable and invincible realm. There seems to be something special about this stone. The power of his soul seeped into it, and suddenly, Guchinch's mind turned scarlet red. The power of his soul had been burned by a supreme and pure will of fire, almost injuring him. He immediately retracted his soul and comprehended in his sea of consciousness. Could this be a vermilion bird egg? It's just a dead object, just like the black tortoise egg. If not for my sun and moon dragon blood activating the vitality within, no one would have been able to save it. This vermilion bird egg is the same. He was slightly excited. He didn't expect to find a dead vermilion bird egg in the border customs market. He still had the sun of heaven's sealing technique, and his cultivation was incomparable to before. With his sun and moon dragon aura, he should be able to activate this vermilion bird egg soon. At that time, one vermilion bird and one black tortoise, water and fire complementing each other. The power in his fief would increase by 10 times. How much is this stone? Guchincha asked the burly man. You're interested in this stone? The burly man stared at Guchincha and sized him up. Do you know what this stone is? I don't know, but it looks pretty good. I've always liked rare things. It's not bad to buy it and carve a seal on it. Guchincha naturally couldn't say that it might be a vermilion bird egg. In fact, if he didn't have a deep understanding of the 4 symbols chi in the book of Heavenly Demon and the black tortoise bloodline in his body, he wouldn't have sensed the mystery in this stone. In fact, he didn't have to go through so much trouble to buy it. He could just roll it up and put it in his pocket. Although the burly man in front of him was powerful, he wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. However, he wouldn't snatch it from him. If it were anyone else, let alone the fiend Dao or demon Dao, even the immortal Dao would kill him and snatch the treasure without a second word. Why would they care about the burly man's wishes? Scholar, this is a treasure, not a stone. The burly man's eyes flickered with craftiness. It was obvious that he was going to extort him. If you sincerely want it, I'll take 10 sets of horned WIRM armor. 10 sets of horned WIRM armor. Before Guchincha could speak, a voice came from behind. It was the female knight from the Fortune Alliance. She laughed. What stone is this? Why is it so expensive? 1 set of horned WIRM armor can buy 10,000 of these stones. Everyone has their own preferences. The burly man glanced at the female knight coldly. Buy not. Just 10 sets of horned WIRM armor. No bargaining. You're not doing business, are you? The female knight, Yao Yin, said to Guchincha. Brother Chun, let's go. I want to discuss the details of going into the forest to kill the barbarians. That's fine. Guchincha cupped his hands at the burly man. Even if business doesn't work out, there's no need to hurt our friendship. As he spoke, he walked out with the female knight. The burly man didn't chase after them. However, Guchincha's eyebrows twitched. A wisp of his primordial spirit attached to the vermilion bird egg. He wanted to see what this burly man was up to. Moreover, this vermilion bird egg couldn't fall into the hands of others. In addition, he was also afraid of some conspiracy. After all, the black tortoise egg was stolen from the demonic ape temple. The experts of the demonic ape temple should know that it was a black tortoise egg. However, because it was a fossil, there was no way to hatch it. Even the demonic ape god of chaos couldn't do anything about it. Thus, it was stored in the treasury to hold the fort. They planned to hatch it after the dragon transformation pagoda was successfully refined. Unfortunately, it was stolen by Guchincha before it could completely hatch. Later, Guchincha actually hatched a black tortoise. In this way, such an important report would definitely be studied in detail by the barbarians and the monster race. Perhaps this vermilion bird egg was a trap set by the monster race and the barbarians. Guchincha was careful in everything. He planned before taking action. He wouldn't be impatient. He and the female knight, Yao Lian, left this place and came to another row of tall and spacious wooden houses. The environment here was harsh. It was wet all year round. Clothes wouldn't dry at all. The ground was muddy, and there were even swamps in the distance. If one wasn't careful, they would sink into it. If an ordinary person came here, mold would even grow on their body. However, the wooden houses that Hong Yun Yun had built were tall and spacious. They were far from the ground, and a layer of quicklime was laid under the wooden houses to dry them. They had also sprinkled insect repellent around them. They didn't have the ability to collect insects like the goo poison sect did. They could only chase away poisonous insects. Moreover, this was only a temporary residence. It wasn't worth building or managing. Just as Gu Qinsha and the group of knights from Hong Yun entered the wooden houses, the shrill cries of apes suddenly came from the distant forest. Those damned demonic apes have begun their attack again. Yao Lian's expression changed. Everyone, follow me and prepare. Through the window of the wooden house, Gu Qinsha could see the silhouettes of countless demonic apes appearing in the depths of the dense forest. These demonic apes were as fast as the wind. Their eyes were blood red, and they were filled with killing intent. They were tall, strong, and had bones of steel. These demonic apes were the descendants of the chaotic demonic ape god. Their bloodline contained a trace of divinity, and they were innately powerful. Roar! Thousands of demonic apes leaped out from the forest and galloped over. These demonic apes actually had the aura of an army charging. Furthermore, some of these demonic apes were wearing armor, and they were actually holding weapons like swords, sabers, spears, etc. Since ancient times, the demonic apes didn't have the habit of wearing armor and holding weapons. Now it actually changed. Brothers, the opportunity is here. Capture these demonic apes alive. We can sell them for quite a lot of money. Just as these demonic apes were charging over, many traps appeared on the ground. Many of the charging demonic apes fell into the traps. There were many needles and anesthetics in the depths of the traps. When the demonic apes fell into the traps, they actually fainted. At this moment, a large group of experts rushed out and threw smoke bombs into the demonic apes. Those demonic apes also fainted when they came into contact with the smoke. This is an extremely intense, bewildering smoke. Gu Qinsha's expression changed. The Wu clan's people are indeed formidable. This bewildering smoke can actually be used on the battlefield. Chapter 297. It seemed that this was not the first time a market on the border had been attacked by the demonic ape. Many of the adventurers and merchant groups in the wooden houses did not panic at all. Instead, they were all beaming with joy, as if they were going to make a fortune again. Although the demonic ape was fierce, it was in the forest. It used the advantage of the towering ancient trees to come and go like the wind. Humans weren't its match at all. Moreover, it was hard to use arrows in the forest. However, the adventurers had cut down all the trees at the border of the land. It was hard for the demonic ape to show its advantage on flat land. Moreover, no matter how smart the demonic ape was, it couldn't be compared to humans. Moreover, the adventurers who could come to this dangerous region weren't fools. They were all experts. Some of them had mid-grade talent, and some even had top-grade talent. There might even be hidden geniuses among them. How could the demonic ape compare to these people? All sorts of traps, poisons, bows, crossbows, and even fire talisman spears were used to capture the demonic ape. The demonic ape was expensive, so it was bought by the Scenic Martial Trade Association. Of course, the Celestial Trade Association and the Celestial Trade Association bought it too. Actually, the demonic ape contained a thin bloodline of the gods, which was useful in refining it. Apart from that, the most important thing was the demonic ape's soul. If it was obtained by an expert who cultivated the primordial spirit, they could refine the soul to make talismans or fuse it into magic treasures to gain spirituality. For example, for a normal sword to gain spirituality, it had to be placed in a spirit-gathering formation for 1,000 years, or soaked in spirit liquid for 100 years, or dripped with heavenly dew. However, these weren't as fast as directly refining the soul. Of course, refining the soul into an artifact required one to cultivate the primordial spirit to leave the body. At the 14th transformation of the Tao realm, after the primordial spirit left the body, the mental energy in the sea of consciousness would turn into primordial spirit power. It could interfere with reality, and this power was unprecedented. Since ancient times, the primordial spirit leaving the body was a huge change. If Gu Chansha hadn't gotten the heavenly Tao godlight to charge into his sea of consciousness and increase his mental energy, he would have needed another 3 to 5 years to cultivate the primordial spirit. However, refining the soul into magic treasures was a method of the demonic path. Righteous cultivators did it secretly, but they couldn't do it openly. However, Heavenly Craft Academy didn't have any misgivings, wantonly doing this kind of thing. In reality, there was nothing wrong with this. These demonic apes were evil spirits themselves, cruel and bloodthirsty. Capturing them and extracting their souls to refine into treasures wasn't a big deal. Gu Chansha came to the edge of his fief, mainly to observe the movements of the barbarians, as well as the situation of the adventurers and merchant groups. He wanted to blend in with them and have a taste of what it was like to better comprehend the life-mending heaven technique. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that there might be a fortuitous encounter. Sure enough, he found a fossil of a vermilion bird egg. Of course, he didn't act rashly and only paid attention in secret. In any case, apart from him, no one else could refine this vermilion bird fossil egg. Of course, unless Wu Dankong also obtained this item and used his newly learned son of heaven's god-conferring art and sun-moon dragon blood, he would be able to hatch it. He just had to keep an eye on the egg and not let Wu Dankong get it. If Wu Dankong really gets the decree, his cultivation speed will far exceed mine. When I got it, I was poor and had nothing at all. I wasn't even a warrior. When Wu Dankong got it, he was already at the 18th or 19th Tao realm transformation. With such a foundation, as long as he cultivated a little, he would be able to shock the world. If Gu Chansha had obtained the talisman at the 18th Tao transformation golden core realm, he would have been comparable to Wen Hong now. Gu Chench's foundations were too shallow, while Wu Dankong himself was a top talent. In a saint family like the Wu family, he received the best nurturing and development. As such, he couldn't be compared to Gu Chansha. Truthfully speaking, Gu Chench's current talent was on the same level as Wu Dankong. The Devil Apes attack was instantly destroyed. They didn't even manage to cross the border. The people in the market continued to do business as usual, shouting and yelling. Large merchant groups began to capture the Devil Apes one by one, locking them in cages made of steel and transporting them away in carts. The market was along the long border, and it was filled with people. There were many adventurers, and it was bustling with activity. It even extended to other lands. Gu Chench's land was Lu Baiyue's land, and they were connected to one another, which was Gu Huasha's. The 3 lands were connected to one another and could help one another. The army gathered at the border of Gu Chench's land. Many adventurers and merchant groups from other lands all surged over. Along with war came wealth. Some were trying to fish in troubled waters, some were truly loyal to the country, and some had ulterior motives. When Gu Chansha observed a person's appearance, he discovered many clues. He had been paying attention to the burly man and realized that he was still in his wooden hut. He didn't go out to capture the demon apes. Instead, a few people entered his wooden hut and seemed to be choosing something. In fact, they were making contact. Gu Chansha sent his primordial spirit into the vermilion bird egg. Since it was closely connected to his body, he could hear everything clearly. "Hey Chuan, did the elementary scholar who just came and ask you if you wanted to buy this stone?" The few people were dressed like warriors and wielded sharp blades and crossbows. Their killing intent surged, and they seemed to be in cahoots with Hey Chuan. That's right. That elementary scholar was roped in by the Hongyun Games. I gave him 10 sets of horn dragon armor, and he immediately gave up. Hey Chuan said, "You just have to wait for someone to exchange 10 sets of horn dragon armor." A warrior said, "This is Master's order. Once this person appears, inform Master immediately. Also, keep an eye on the movements of the Hongyun Games, Scenic Objects Chamber of Commerce, Calming Immortal Department, and Heavenly Designer Department. A storm is brewing here, and a war is about to erupt. It is really dangerous." Hey Chuan said, If I stay here for too long, I might die. I need to report to the higher-ups and leave this place. Okay, we will report to the higher-ups. The few warriors cupped their fists and left. The guy waited for them to leave before standing up and looking around. He scoffed coldly. Damn, didn't I just offend venerably? He actually wants me to die here. Luckily, I have a trump card. What is this stone? Why did he want to sell it here? As expected, it is a scheme. A smile appeared on Gu Chench's face. He didn't do anything and just waited to see what the person behind him did. The most important thing was to understand what kind of power this guy belonged to. This wasn't difficult for Gu Qinsha. As long as he cultivated to Tao Realm 12 transformation soul snatching, he would be able to forcefully enter one's mind and read one's memories. Moreover, Gu Qinsha made several deductions. Since this was a conspiracy, then the vermilion bird egg that the burly man was selling might not be the real vermilion bird egg. It might be a trap refined by some almighty being. Since he thought about this, Gu Qinsha wasn't in a rush. He was thinking about whether or not he could use a plan within a plan. He immediately informed Zhuge. Zhuge's methods were really exquisite and mysterious. With him coming up with a plan, it was definitely safe. Young Master Chun, what are you thinking about? The female cavalry Yao Lian waited and didn't attack. When she saw that the demon apes were captured, her eyes shone brightly. I'm thinking that under the drive of profit and the general trend, people are willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of profit. If there's no such thing as profit and only righteousness, will there still be so many people coming to the border? Gu Qinsha sighed. Since ancient times, righteousness is not as good as profit. There are very few people who sacrifice their lives for righteousness, but there are many who sacrifice their lives for benefits. As for who is right and who is wrong, I don't know. Young Master Chun travels the world to increase your knowledge. You also care about the common people and discuss knowledge. You are a true scholar. The female knight Yao Lian repeatedly praised. A scholar like young Master Chun will definitely score high in the imperial examinations in the future. He will pass the imperial examinations and enter the imperial court as an official. Perhaps he will become the next Fong Lin. Fong Lin was the model of a scholar. He came from a poor family and was the top scorer in the exam. He was promoted by Heaven Talisman Emperor to be a minister. You praise me too much. Gu Qinsha cupped his fists. The world is undergoing unprecedented changes. Entering the court might not be a good thing. Maybe there will be more opportunities among the people. Just as the two were talking, a knight suddenly reported from outside. Young Master Lai Han of the Scenic Martial Chamber of Commerce has sent an invitation, asking the incense master to go and have a chat. He wants to discuss cooperation. Give me the invitation. The female cavalry, Yao Lian said. The cavalry respectfully took the invitation. Yao Lian opened it and looked at it. A cold smile appeared on her face. This scenic martial merchant company has become arrogant recently, but they do have many good things. Since that is the case, I will go to the banquet. Does young Master Chen want to see it? I am willing to broaden my horizons. Gu Qinsha bowed. A small bazaar, but entangled with various forces and plots, had a different taste. Yao Yin took the invitation and led a group of cavalry to another bazaar dozens of li away. The rows of wooden houses in the bazaar were extremely tall. Many cavalry in horned dragon armor patrolled back and forth. The security was extremely tight. This was one of the bases of the Scenic Martial Merchant Company at the border. Along the long border, the Scenic Martial Merchant Company had hundreds of such bases. Hongyan Xiangzhu Yao Lian is here. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, the warriors of the Scenic Martial Merchant Company shouted and moved aside. Someone led the way, and they went straight to the center without stopping. After dozens of breaths, Gu Chench's group stopped in a hall made of giant wood. At this time, the so-called young Master Lai Han of the Scenic Martial Merchant Company was talking to someone. No, it was not a person, but an old ape wearing human clothes. This old ape's whole body was covered in white fur that glowed with a metallic luster. Only on the top of its head was a tuft of blood-red fur. It did not look like an immortal, but a murderous aura. Lai Han, You actually colluded with the demon ape. The female cavalry Yao Lian was shocked. She could already see that this old ape was a peerless expert among the demon apes. Seeing this situation, Gu Chench's heart flashed with killing intent. The demon barbarians in the imperial court were absolute enemies, and they were extremely cruel to the common people. The scenic martial merchant company and the tranquil immortal department were absolute enemies of the imperial court. But now that they were colluding with the demon barbarians, it was an act of betrayal. The nature was completely different. Chapter 298. Of course, with Gu Chench's identity, you wouldn't go so far as to kill a small fry from scenic martial commerce here. His main goal here was to investigate the people and grasp the situation. He would then come up with a defensive strategy or attract more adventurers over to defend against the monster and barbarian race attacks. He passed on the frontline situation here to Zhuge Liu Baiwei, and the others to analyze and come up with the most perfect countermeasure. Yao Yin, that isn't true. How can you say that we are colluding with the demon ape? We are working together to get rid of the traitors of Kaming's celestial department and get rid of evil for the imperial court. That young Master Lai Han didn't care about Yao Yin's thoughts at all. He looked at Gu Chansha and sized him up. However, I'm here to invite you to the Great Fortune Games. So why did you bring an outsider? This young Master Chun wants to join our Great Fortune Games. Yao Yin purposely said that Gu Chansha was one of them. At the same time, she could tell that scenic martial commerce and Kaming celestial department were like fire and water. Not long ago, Wu Dangkong had been humiliated by Kaming's celestial department. Even the entire scenic martial commerce was inferior to them, so they had to take revenge. Forget it. Young Master Lai Han said, I heard that you are an important person in the Great Fortune Games. Your Yao family and the Great Fortune Games are really close, and you have been listed as one of the grooming targets? This is an internal matter of the Great Fortune Games. Young Master Lai Han doesn't need to ask too much. Yao Yin's tone wasn't polite, and she placed all her attention on the old ape. The old ape's eyes were dark and sunken, and he looked at her with a lustful gaze. This girl's tone is unfriendly. The old ape opened his mouth. However, her body is filled with essence energy, and she seems to have used some medicine to expand her dantian and mind ocean. The Great Fortune Games aren't simple. Since that is the case, then I will bring this girl back to enjoy her. The moment the old ape spoke, the entire place turned cold, and everyone shivered. Kung kung kung. Yao Yin and the few cavalrymen pulled out their blades and waited. Old ancestor, please calm down. Young Master Lai Han hurried to play the good cop. Old Ancestor is a Tao Realm 9 Transformation Glass Jade Body Great Monster King. Why bother with us juniors? What? Tao Realm 9 Transformations Glass Jade Body. Yao Yin's expression changed drastically. She had just stepped into the realm of Tao and had only undergone the first transformation, submit to Qi and abstain from grain. However, she also knew the terror of the 9 transformations. Even if there were 100 of her, she would still be slaughtered like vegetables. The appearance of such a demon here meant that the true upper echelons of the demon race had appeared. All right, I know that the Hongyun Games and the Tranquil Immortal Department are enemies. I've been plotting something big in the dark. You've come here this time, and I know some of your missions. Of course, I also have a mission. Lai Han waved his hand. Why don't we cooperate? We can make a career out of it. What should I do? Yao Yin knew that she was in danger. If she refused, she might not be able to walk out of this door today. It's very simple. You can rely on our scenic martial chamber of commerce. As a spy, I will give you sufficient benefits. How about it? Child Lai Han said. Although the Hongyun nation has hidden its strength well, it is still far inferior to our scenic objects chamber of commerce. You won't have a future there, so it's better for a good bird to break a tree to perch on. So it was you who betrayed me in order to rope me in. Yao Yin frowned. This is a serious matter. I have to go back and think about it. I'll give you an answer in a few days. How about it? Ha ha ha. Is this a delaying tactic? Child Lai Han laughed. To be honest, if you enter my door today, you won't be able to leave. The barbarians and the demon race armies are about to attack, and I'm discussing important matters with the ape ancestor. If you go out and leak the news, won't you add more trouble to me? You're really bold. Yao Yin sneered. You made an invitation, held a banquet, and invited me to rely on your scenic martial chamber of commerce. If I don't obey, I'm afraid I'll die in the hands of this demon ape today. Jia, 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 jia. The old demon ape laughed and was about to stand up. Child Lai Han quickly stopped him. Ancestor, don't worry. There will be benefits in the future. The old demon ape didn't move. Incense Master Yao Yin, this time I invited you not only to threaten you, but also to give you benefits. Child Lai Han said, I've been ordered to rope you in. If you join us, I have a 2-cauldron pill here. This pill was given by the ancient emperor to the nobles. This pill is most suitable for people who step into the Tao realm to cleanse their marrow, expand their meridians, and strengthen their foundations. If you consume it, not only will you increase your strength by 2 cauldrons, but you'll also immediately step into the second transformation of the Tao realm, the 9 oxen and 2 tigers realm. Apart from that, these 2 cauldrons can expand your acupoints, absorb more spiritual energy, and strengthen your Dantian's compression ability. In the future, it'll be easier to cultivate Xiantian earth energy. Your Yao family is an ancient family and is the best at medicine. You should know the effects of the 2-cauldron pill, right? These 2 cauldron pills are indeed good stuff. After Gu Qinsha heard this, he nodded his head. This pill was obtained from a sacrifice. Based on his calculations, with Yao Yin's talent, it would be extremely difficult for her to cultivate the 6th transformation of the Tao realm, Xiantian earth energy. She probably only had a 10% chance. If she consumed the 2-cauldron pill, she would have at least an 80% chance of cultivating the 6th transformation of the Xiantian earth energy. You actually took out the 2-cauldron pill. Yao Yin was moved. This pill is very expensive. I think you have other ideas besides wanting me to join you. This is what the higher-ups want. Lai Han said, I'm just following orders. As for what I want you to do in the future, the higher-ups will pass it down. You don't have a choice today. Either you get humiliated to death by old ape, or you get the 2-cauldron pill to increase your strength. It seems like concubine Ming has her eyes on something in the Yao family and some secret of the Hongyun games. Otherwise, why would she spend so much on me? Yao Yin said, That's not something I know. Lai Han looked at Gu Qinsha. Mr. Chen is actually in the Tao realm, and the 2nd transformation? He's also a strong person. Why don't you join the Scenic Martial Trade Association? The Scenic Martial Trade Association colludes with demons. That's a big crime. How can I be on their side? Gu Qinsha laughed. He didn't care. These people were playing tricks on the border. It was useless for the big picture, but it was also a way to accumulate power. However, this method of recruiting people was simple and crude. It was obvious that Wu Dangkong didn't have any capable people under his command. Since he's so stubborn, then kill him. Lai Han waved his hand. Old ancestor, I'll leave him to you. Wait. Yao Yin waved her hand. Lai Han, no matter how fierce and arrogant your Scenic Martial Trade Association is, you can't cross the line. Mr. Chun has a reputation. You colluded with demons and killed him as you please. If this gets out, I'm afraid concubine Ming won't be able to handle it. Who can spread this? Lai Han sneered. Right now, concubine Ming's enemy is the Calming Xian Department. In a few days, the Calming Xian Department will be destroyed. At that time, there will be no power in the world that can compete with concubine Ming. Incense Master Yao Yin, it's none of your business. You better get out of the way. Lai Han sneered. Could it be that you don't agree to join us? You're on the same side as demons. Why would I join you? Yao Yin flatly refused, ready to fight. Jia, 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 jia. Good, very good. I have a plaything now. Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. The old monster ape laughed, very happy. It grabbed forward with its palm, and suddenly Xiantian Gang Qi surged, turning into a Qi cover, covering everything. Crackle. Just as the Xiantian Gang Qi was about to fall, a figure appeared. He drew a circle with his hands, and suddenly a huge whirlpool appeared, sucking in all the Xiantian gang chi. The old monster ape's expression suddenly changed. It screamed and was about to fly up, as if it had seen a powerful person. However, the moment it flew up, the person gently waved his hand, and the huge Xiantian gang chi turned into a palm, pressing the old monster ape to the ground. No matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. This change happened in an instant. Greetings, Red Sun Emissary. After seeing this person clearly, Yao Yin knelt down on one knee emotionally. Red Sun Emissary? Gu Qinsha had sensed that someone was here, which was why he didn't attack when the old monster ape attacked. The Red Sun Emissary was a young man who was really handsome. His face was like jade, his body was tall and straight, and he gave off a heroic aura. Gu Qinsha sensed that this person's cultivation was actually higher than his. Dao Realm, 15 transformations. Heavens, I hung in the air. Very good. A smile appeared on the Red Sun Emissary's face. Chief Yao Lian, get up. You weren't threatened by death and weren't tempted by the 2 cauldrons of pills. You have shown enough loyalty. I will definitely report this to the master and tell him of your loyalty. Also, these 2 cauldrons of pills will be your reward. This monster ape has some strength and can be refined into a puppet for me to use. He didn't even look at young Master Lai Han. He waved his hands and a talisman formed. This talisman wasn't formed from Xiantian Gang Chi, but from the soul. It was really mysterious, and it directly shot into the old monster ape's mind. This is an ancient mystic technique. It is somewhat similar to the Faithless Mind seizing talisman. However, the Faithless Mind seizing talisman allows an extremely weak person to control a powerful existence. This mystic technique is called brainwashing. In an instant, the old monster ape stood up. His eyes were blank, and he had already become a puppet. He wasn't as smart as before, and his intelligence was greatly reduced. You are really bold, the Red Sun Emissary said to young Master Lai Han. Hand over the 2 cauldrons of pills and join our Hongyun meet. We will let you live. Jiang Hongri, you actually turned this old monster ape into a puppet. This is a huge problem. Young Master Lai Han wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he giggled. Our concubine Ming has already discussed with your master. Why? Do you want to deal with me? Chapter 299. Jiang Hongri, you really are smart. Young Master Lai Han pointed at the old ape and said, I entered the mountain once and was caught by this ape. I was almost eaten by him, but I lied to him and told him that I could do business with him. I gave him the 9 cauldron pill, dragon raising pill, and dragon creation pill. He believed me and really let me go. He then brought large amounts of treasures over. Of course, I couldn't take out these pills, but I wasn't his match either. I could only use you guys to kill me. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Someone opened a row of wooden houses and found that there were many treasures inside. To show my sincerity, you can take half of these treasures. How about that? Young Master Lai Han said. Jiang Hongri took a look and found that there were many spirit herbs, ores, and metal essences. There were also the remains of some powerful existences that were worth a lot. He nodded. As expected of one of the 49 young masters of Scenic Martial Trade Association. You're good at using others to kill me. However, I want all of these treasures. I want you to compensate me with 2 cauldrons of pills. Otherwise, you will die today. How about that? I want to see if anyone comes to save you. Jiang Hongri's cultivation was at the 14th transformation, so he naturally had the right to suppress young Master Lai Han. Young Master Lai Han's cultivation was at the 2nd transformation. Compared to someone at the 14th transformation, one was an ant and the other was a god dragon. There was an insurmountable gap. Jiang Hongri, is what you said true? Young Master Lai Han's expression changed. I had no choice this time. Don't be so overbearing. So what if I did? Jiang Hongri laughed. Jing Fanqing was captured and tied up by the Calm Celestial Department. I want to take a look, and it was so embarrassing. If it wasn't for Black Heaven Earth Sect taking out the Green Dragon God would in exchange, he would still be locked up in jail. As for Wu Dangkong, his face was covered in dirt, and he didn't dare to make any big moves. Your scenic martial trade association has lost the hearts of the world, so no matter what you do, it will be hard for you to recover. Why not join us? You can just kill me. Young Master Lai Han looked at death calmly. That's fine, Zhang Hongri said. Although our Hongyun Games and the Scenic Martial Chamber of Commerce are working together, you've maliciously schemed against us today. If we take the lead, people in the future will follow suit. Wouldn't that cause chaos? Young Master Jiang, why must you do this? At this time, a calm voice also arrived in front of young Master Lai Han, who shot out a fiery red gang chi to resist Jiang Hongri's gang chi. It was a woman. She appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old. With a slight smile on her face, she unleashed a ring-shaped flame aura with one hand. With a slight tremble, she shattered Jiang Hongri's energy and even forced him to take a step back. It's you? Kei Huang. Jiang Hongri looked at this woman with a fearful expression. Why would you protect such a small fry? I've already seen you, Master. Kei Huang didn't have any intention to fight with Jiang Hongri against this woman who had suddenly appeared. Your lord, us and the Scenic Martial Merchant Guild have already reached an agreement on strategy. Let's forget about this matter. Of course, the Scenic Martial Merchant Guild will compensate you. Just give this Yao Lian 2 cauldrons of pills, and let's forget about this grudge. How about that? Since you've spoken, I can only do so. Jiang Hongru sneered. Lai Han, I'll let you off today. If you dare to plot against me again in the future, I won't let you off lightly. Young Master Lai Han smiled, but didn't answer. He just took out a jade bottle from his bosom and painfully threw it to Yao Yan. Kei Huang, isn't this Kei Er's younger sister? When Gu Qinsha saw this woman, he recalled the information he had on the demon race. Kei was the concubine of the nest of 10,000 dragons demon saint, Li Wanlong. Li Wanlong commanded the demons of thousands of mountains and rivers, and his cultivation was comparable to an ancient saint. However, the demon race wasn't a monolithic block. Many races fought with each other. For example, the snake race and the golden-winged great pung race were mortal enemies. There was also the tiger race and the fox race who were enemies. These were all natural antagonisms between races. It was the law of nature. Even if they had cultivated to become demons, there was no exception. Kei belonged to the bird race. The bird race also included the golden-winged great pung. However, Kei Er's bloodline was even more noble than the golden-winged great pung. She belonged to the royal bloodline of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was one of the 4 sacred beasts. Its status was extraordinary, even higher than the phoenix. In order to win over the bird race, Li Wanlong naturally had to marry the nobility of the bird race. Kei Huang was Kei Er's younger sister. She was also a powerful character in the demon race. Gu Qinsha looked at this woman and suddenly thought of the burly man who sold the vermilion bird's eggs. It was possible that he was related to Kei Huang and Kei Very good. It seems like a huge conspiracy is slowly unfolding against our tranquil immortal department. I can disguise myself as a nobody and find out some big secrets. Gu Qinsha made a series of deductions and had some clues in his heart. Kei had almost wiped out the entire tranquil immortal department. This debt had always been in the hearts of Gu Qinsha and Liu Baiwei. Now, it seemed like they had found an opportunity to take revenge. Jin Suebua was also collecting information about the demon race. He knew that the most noble races among the bird race were the vermilion bird bloodline behind Kei. There were also the phoenix race, the golden-winged great pung race, and the peacock race. As for the eagle race, the vulture race, the swallow race, the magpie race, and the owl race, they weren't as powerful as the other 4 races. However, even though there were internal strife within the bird race, they were still relatively united. They were one of the most powerful races among the demon race. But the strongest was still the ape race. The ape race suppressed the bird race, the snake race, the sea demon race, the fox race, the tiger race, the wolf race, the ox race, and the insect race. They were the overlords of the demon race. Moreover, the ape race was rather independent. Even Li Wanlong found it hard to order them around. If the demon race was united, there wouldn't be any problems for the humans. However, since ancient times, the demon race had been killing each other. It was impossible for them to unite. They couldn't count on snakes and rats to work together. They also couldn't count on birds and insects to turn hostility into friendship. If that burly man's vermilion bird egg was really K. Ing-er's doing, I might be able to beat her at her own game. Gu Qinsha remained calm and pondered. The Hanyun Games are organized by the mysterious second brother, Gu Qinsha. The Scenic Martial Merchant Association is led by Wu Dangkong. Now, K. Ing-er's demon race is involved. Only Gu Tanjian's National Fortune Party hasn't come out yet. However, I definitely believe that the four forces have discussed this in secret. Let's just forget about this. Kei Huang waved her hand. Jiang Hongri, I was just about to discuss the details of our cooperation. You can all leave first. This subordinate will leave. Yao Yin had obtained some benefits. She hurriedly bowed to Jiang Hongri again, gave Gu Qinsha a meaningful look, and retreated. Outside, Yao Yin's tone was apologetic. I'm sorry, young Master Chun. I almost got you killed. It's fine. I didn't expect the Hanyun Games to have such an expert. It's shocking. Your Hanyun Games has a strong foundation and a peerless expert. Your future is limitless. Gu Qinsha faked a sigh. Then, young master, are you interested in joining us? Yao Yin asked. If young master is willing to join us, we might even be able to help you in terms of scholarly honors. This sentence showed how much control the Hanyun Games had in the imperial court. I couldn't ask for more. Gu Qinsha used this identity to join the Feng clan's Spirit Light Poetry Society. Although he disappeared afterward, it didn't matter if he joined the Hanyun Games this time. However, I will have to report this to the clan. Very good, very good. Yao Yin was overjoyed. With Brother Chen's strength, you can definitely become a Joss Master. I will go report to the higher-ups and have them summon Brother Chen. After passing the examination, Brother Chen will be able to wield great power and receive a generous reward. The salary of our Hanyun Games is very generous. If you become a Joss Master, you will receive 10,000 gold coins, 10 spirit pills, and a horned dragon armor at the entrance ceremony. 10,000 gold coins. This is a very generous salary. Gu Qinsha was shocked. A prince's annual salary was only a few tens of thousands. Of course, in the recent years, the imperial court had been developing very quickly. The world was rich, and the common people were getting richer. However, a small Joss Master of a gang had such a salary. One could see how powerful the Hanyun Games was. Not counting the Calming Immortal Bureau, Gu Qinsha's income from his fief was already over 100 million. However, his fief had a large population, and his soldiers had expanded to 50,000. Raising the soldiers and horses was not a small expense. In addition, there were several thousand servants and maids. Not to mention, there are all kinds of reporting agencies, purchasing medicinal ingredients, refining magical treasures, and training experts. All in all, the annual expenses amounted to tens of millions. In reality, he could not save much money. This was the result of the 6,000-year-old bone demons working hard without asking for anything in return. They planted large amounts of medicinal fields and rice fields, raised strong bulls, and built roads. Of course, a large part of the reason was that he would not sell many of the good things. Instead, he would hoard them. For example, the fire dates and purple-green immortal peaches produced in the black tortoise's nest were not sold. Instead, they were refined into medicinal pills and stored as strategic resources. I will take my leave first. Inform the clan that I will contact the Joss Master in a few days. Gu Qinsha cupped his hands in farewell and left the medicinal pond. As soon as he left the medicinal pond, he activated the dragon's gate and instantly disappeared. Then he locked onto Jiang Hongri and Kei Huang. At this time, Jiang Hongri and Kei Huang seemed to have finished their conversation and flew away. Gu Qinsha did not even think about it. and followed Kei Huang. This woman was an enemy. The right thing to do was to get rid of her first. Moreover, he could learn the secret of the vermilion bird egg from her. If it was really the vermilion bird egg, he might be able to obtain it if he figured out the conspiracy behind it. Kei Huang-er's flying speed was extremely fast, but in front of Gu Chunsha, it was not worth mentioning. With Gu Chincha's current cultivation, he could single-handedly challenge an expert of the 19 transformations like Kei-er. After he cultivated his primordial spirit to the astral projection stage, he used the power of his primordial spirit to activate the Dragon's Gate and Buzhou Palace. As expected, Kei Huang-er flew into the depths of the wilderness and landed in a small basin. The basin was hundreds of miles wide, and there was an altar. A group of barbarians lived around the altar, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. On the altar, a huge vermilion bird statue was enshrined. This vermilion bird statue was carved from fire jade, and there were countless runes circulating around it. Chapter 300. Kei Huang-er flew down and gathered with Kei-er. Sister, can the vermilion bird statue, made from the fire jade, absorb the faith of the barbarians? This is the best chance. The evil god of the barbarians has been sealed and can no longer control the believers. We can control the barbarians and steal their faith. The power of faith is very mysterious. It's the hope of all living beings and the key to becoming a god. Kei Huang-er spoke. I asked Li Wanlong to make this fire jade. It contains many mysteries and can store faith, but can't be refined. Only by obtaining the Book of Heavenly Demon can we make full use of the faith. Kei-er said, therefore we must obtain the Heavenly Demon Book and that black tortoise. As long as we obtain them, the two of us can become the strongest in a single leap. It's not impossible for us to become existences like Li Wanlong. That's right, sister. I've already sent people to the border for the vermilion bird egg, but no one bought it. Kei Huang said, but I think it will be bought by the Celestial Tranquility Department sooner or later. This vermilion bird egg is dead. Even Li Wanlong can't activate it. Maybe only by borrowing the power of the Celestial Tranquility Department can we do this. The black tortoise egg in the chaotic demonic ape temple is also dead and has no vitality. Even the chaotic demonic ape god can't do anything about it. But it was activated by that brat, Gu Qinsha. He has secrets that no one knows about. We need to borrow his power to activate the vermilion bird egg and steal his Book of Heavenly Demon. At the same time, we can obtain his secrets. It's best if we capture him and get his Dragon Gate, Buzhou Palace. Kei-er sneered again and again. The Celestial Tranquility Department truly has a strong foundation. They have the Black Tortoise, the Heavenly Demon Book, and the Buzhou Palace, all these peerless treasures. That Liu Baiwe has even successfully cultivated the Great God Massacre technique. Other than that, they even have the reincarnation of the gods of 5 seasons and a few peerless geniuses. In another 3 to 5 years, when that pair of despicable men and women, Liu Baiwe and Gu Qinsha, have a slightly higher cultivation base and have unlocked the secrets of the Heavenly Demon Book, I'm afraid we really won't be able to do anything to them. So this plan must succeed. Elder sister, that brat Gu Qinsha can't be underestimated. If he activates the vermilion bird egg and gives birth to a vermilion bird, then wouldn't we be in trouble? Kei Huang said, although that vermilion bird's egg is dead, it is still our clan's treasure. Nothing must go wrong. I already have a plan. The vermilion bird egg contains a secret technique that I refined. When the time comes, I can even control that brat Gu Qinsha. Kei-er said, I asked Li Wanlong to refine this secret art. No matter how high Gu Qinsha's cultivation is, it's useless. As long as he activates the vermilion bird will absorb all the energy in his body and even his primordial spirit as nourishment. Then, it will occupy his body. After obtaining the Heavenly Demon Book, it will immediately fly back and become my true body. At that time, I will be the vermilion bird god who has the Heavenly Demon Book. Since Big Sister has a plan, then I can rest assured. I will act according to Big Sister's plan. What was the most crucial point in his sister's plan? I'll do it. Kei Huang Er's eyes flickered with a strange light. However, I also hope to obtain benefits. Us sisters can share the heavenly demon book. Kei Ing said, sisters are of one mind, and their sharpness can cut through metal. The heavenly demon book can turn into a heavenly demon kingdom, and there are many demon souls for us to devour. There are also countless treasures inside. We sisters can share as much as we want, and we can also refine that black tortoise. Water and fire complement each other. Will Li Wanlong forcefully take away the heavenly demon book? Kei Huang asked. No, he is also cultivating a secret art in seclusion to explore the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. He is also closely deducing what the heavenly talisman emperor is doing. Moreover, that barbarian saint and the barbarian evil gods are only sealed and not dead. If he wants to use this opportunity to refine those existences, he must make many arrangements. In the battle between the heavenly Tao and the heavenly talisman emperor, he will use the heavenly talisman emperor to gain an advantage. Kei Ing said, we are now collecting the faith of these barbarians and preparing to open the heavenly demon book. Kei Ing said, I have already reached an agreement with Wu Dankong and ancient mystical Sangu Tanjian to divide the calming immortal department. Needless to say, Gu Tanjian's power is simply world-shaking, but ancient mystical sand is also unfathomable. His cultivation is not below Big Sister's. Kei Huang frowned. Among the sons of the heavenly talisman emperor, Gu Huasha's aptitude is the highest, but ancient mystical sand is the most mysterious. He is not in the imperial court and roams everywhere. I didn't expect him to have such a fortuitous encounter. I will find a time to meet this person personally. Kei Ing sneered. I think this person can be refined into a puppet to work for me. However, it is better to contact them first. That Wu Dankong has been capturing barbarians, demonic apes, and many other living beings. I don't know what he wants, but he seems to want to refine souls. What kind of demonic technique does he cultivate? Kei Huang said, eager for instant benefits, this girl is simply a lunatic. I don't know why the heavenly talisman emperor chose her to oversee the empire. If he chose Gu Chensha or even Lu Baiwe, the world would be united. How would the barbarians and demonic apes have a chance? Kei Ing frowned. I really don't know what the heavenly talisman emperor wants to do. We just have to follow our plan. Kei Huang said, Big Sister, how is your realm now? Not long ago, you finally stepped into the 20th transformation of the Tao realm, gathering and dispersing impermanence. Now that you're trying to break through to the 21st transformation, how is your body transforming into the 5 elements? As long as you succeed, you'll be able to use the Connate 5 Saint secret technique. I'm still lacking a little. I can only turn into flames now and can't change between the 5 elements to form a cycle. Moreover, turning into flames is a divine ability that comes with the vermilion bird bloodline. I have yet to comprehend this secret. Kei Ing shook her head. As she spoke, her entire body turned into a ball of flames. In the depths of the flames, a vermilion bird could be faintly seen. The flames were scorching hot and could instantly vaporize any metal or soil. Amazing, this girl has already touched the realm of the 21st transformation. Gu Chensha secretly calculated. With my current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain any advantage against her. If she was still at the 19th transformation, I might be able to kill her. Moreover, there's still this Kei Huang. She's not easy to deal with. Now that the 2 sisters are stirring up trouble, I can make use of them. Since I know the secret of the vermilion bird's egg, I might be able to refine the vermilion bird. This matter still depends on Zhuge Ye's intelligence. He immediately told this secret to Zhuge Ye. He told him to send someone to buy the vermilion bird's egg and observe Kei Ing-er's reaction. Then, he hid here and watched Kei Ing-er cultivate. Gu Chensha was also extremely patient. He waited quietly at the side. After a full 4 hours, K-Ing-Er's body suddenly trembled, and she transformed back into her human form. Her face was filled with joy. The vermilion bird's egg has been bought by the Celestial Tranquility Department. This is a great opportunity. We can prepare here right now. How do we prepare? Kei Huang asked. I've absorbed so much faith here just for this moment. K-Inger stood up. Immediately gather the hundreds of thousands of barbarians here and let them increase the power of faith. When Gu Chunsha activates the vermilion bird's egg, I'll execute a secret art and kill all these barbarians. Then, I'll gather a huge amount of resentment and soul energy. With the power of faith and wish that I've painstakingly accumulated, I'll be able to turn the activated vermilion bird into my own will in an instant. I'll then tear apart Gu Chinch's consciousness and devour his primordial spirit, taking away everything he has. This method is indeed terrifying. She's gathered such a long period of faith in addition to the hundreds of thousands of barbarians' vengeful souls. She's activated the secret art at the same time and combined it with the arrangements in the vermilion bird's egg. If I'm caught off guard and lose the protection of the heavenly sacrificial decree, there's a 90% chance that this plan will succeed. This woman's method is truly vicious. Fortunately, I planned before I acted. Even when I encountered the vermilion bird's egg, I wasn't blinded by greed. Instead, I observed the changes. As expected, I found out the scheme within. This time, I can beat her at her own game. With Gu Chinch's own calculation ability, Zhuge Ye's calculation, and Lu Baiyue's divine abilities, he would fight with K-Ing-Er to see if the demon saint behind her, Li Wanlong, was really powerful. At this moment, just as Gu Chunsha was hiding and observing the two sisters' movements, Zhuge Ye and Lu Baiyue had already bought the vermilion bird's egg back in his castle. Now, the vermilion bird's egg was placed on the altar in the depths of the ground. The black tortoise baby's eyes darted around as he looked at it. Mr. Zhuge, I didn't expect that K-Inger would scheme against us again. How do you think we should beat her at her own game? Asked Lu Baiyue. This is no small matter. Perhaps demon Saintly Wanlong is supporting her. Zhuge Ye wasn't happy at all. The ape tribe and the barbarian tribe are pressing on our borders. They'll attack at any moment. The Hongyun Games, the National Fate Party, and the Scenic Objects Chamber of Commerce have formed an alliance to deal with the Celestial Tranquility Department. The Immortal Dao sect is eyeing us covetously, and the Great Might Dynasty is watching us closely. Things aren't looking good. Perhaps our current changes are all part of Li Wanlong's calculations. Then we'll scheme against Li Wanlong. Lu Baiyue thought quickly. Mr. Zhuge is the Lord of 7 Stars. His wisdom is extraordinary, and he's the leader of the sages. He must be confident. I haven't completely fused with the 7-star profound truths. Right now, I can only be considered half a Lord of 7 Stars. Let me divine a thing or two. Zhuge Ye circulated his divine abilities. Starlight gathered in front of him, forming a diagram that depicted everyone's future after hatching the vermilion bird's egg. Thousands of future calculations revolved, and finally, they exploded. Zhuge Ye's eyes were bleeding. Mr. Zhuge, are you all right? Lu Baiyue hurriedly transmitted her innate astral energy to him. I'm fine. I saw too much of the future, and the heavenly Tao backfired. Zhuge Ye waved his hand. Right now, we can beat her at her own game. We can use the heavenly demon tome to backfire on the vermilion bird's egg. How do we do that? Lu Baiyue knew that her wisdom was inferior to Zhuge Ye's. The heavenly demon tome has the sleeping soul of Gaochen suppressing all the fiends. Later, when the vermilion bird's egg is activated, we can send it into the heavenly demon tome. The activated vermilion bird's egg will devour the fiend's soul wantonly to deal with the divine beast. Furthermore, with K-Ing-Er and Li Wanlong's schemes, the seal on the heavenly demon tome will loosen completely. We can watch them fight each other and reap the benefits. Zhuge Ye thought of an excellent plan. Divine Strategy Battalion's Dragon Talisman Moon, Worshipping Pavilion 499690348 Divine Strategy Battalion's Dragon Talisman, Heavenly Secrets Pavilion 347526-179, Divine Strategy Battalion's Dragon Talisman, All Sacred Halls 4987965571. Chapter 301. That's a good plan, but there are a lot of details that need to be considered. For example, if Li Wanlong's will enters the Book of Heavenly Demons from the Vermilion Bird Egg, would he be able to come to an agreement with the will of North Star? Lu Baiwei said, Li Wanlong is a great sage of the Yao race. He can think of everything we can think of. Of course, I've long since predicted this possibility. But, Zhuge Ye said solemnly, he definitely won't be able to predict me. And I've already sent the news to Gu Danjian and Wu Dankong. It's possible that the two of them will spread the news, but it's also possible that they won't. Even if Li Wanlong knows about this news, it's still not within his calculations, and it will make the situation more complicated. My idea, just now, is just the beginning. It still involves the matter of me completely fusing with the seven-star profound meaning. If this matter is involved, then my chances of fusing with it will be much higher. As the two of them were talking, Jean Suebo flew in and dropped to one knee. Minister, Mr. Zhuge, I've dealt with Wu Dankong according to your instructions. I've finally gotten your information in exchange for a lot of resources. This is the most important God-forbidden talisman. He took out a talisman carved from jade. It seemed to have the auras of numerous gods, ancient and powerful. So it really is a God-forbidden talisman left behind by the martial emperor. Back when he unified the world, he hated the gods. So he created a God-forbidden talisman that can restrain God power. When he unleashed it, the gods' believers within 1,000 kilometers wouldn't receive anything in return. Instead, the power of the sacrifices would be absorbed by the talisman. Zhuge Ye stroked the talisman. But Wu Dankong also has a few tricks up his sleeve. He's secretly arranged a few things in this talisman. How can he hide it from me? You have a series of plans, sir, Lu Baiwei guessed. So what's our comprehensive plan? Let's not make any moves for now and set everything up. Use this talisman to secretly suppress the Vermilion Bird Egg. Originally, I wanted to use this talisman to block out the power of some of the old-timers, making it impossible for them to detect that I've become a Lord of 7 stars. But now I have another way. Zhuge Ye said, however, the main fighting force of our Calmness Division isn't me, but the Princess and Prince Chun. The two of you are extremely terrifying when you work together. As your cultivation level increases, even I can't predict what your potential will be like in the future. Thank you, Mr. Qinsha is currently monitoring K. Ing-er and K. Huang-er. Should I come back first and activate the Vermilion Bird Egg? Or should we go all out and seize the opportunity to capture these two women? Wouldn't that be even more foolproof? Lu Baiwei calculated many moves. These two women aren't important. What's important is Li Wanlong behind them. In addition, there are some old-timers in the Vermilion Bird clan's bloodline. If we capture or kill these two women, the Yao clan will retaliate fiercely. We can't hold them off for now. Zhuge Ye said, moreover, these two women still have value. They came to an agreement with Wu Dankong and Gu Xingjian, but it's actually just a ploy to keep each other in check. When I execute my plan, I'll be able to make them fight each other endlessly, giving Calming Xian Si some breathing room. Now that you mention it, I really do have a lot of ideas. Lu Baiwei immediately understood. Then I'll call Qinsha back now. We'll deal with this Vermilion Bird Egg together. That's right. We're more or less familiar with the situation at the border. The ape race and the barbarians are colluding to launch a counterattack against us. However, I estimate that it'll take several months for their army to gather. It's not something they can accomplish in a day, so we still have a lot of time to plan. Zhuge Ye performed an incantation gesture, and a beam of starlight shot out and landed on the soul-sealing talisman. A strange figure appeared within the talisman. How could Wu Dankong's little tricks fool you, sir? Lu Baiwei laughed. About 4 hours later, Gu Chansha returned from the depths of the wildlands. Sir, already know about my report, right? As soon as he returned, he saw Zhuge Ye wielding the soul-sealing talisman and circulating the power of the stars. Yes, I do. Now, let's execute our plan. If we succeed, not only will we obtain a holy vermilion bird, but we'll also be able to open the book of heavenly demons. I'll also be able to directly ascend to the Lord of Seven Stars. Zhuge Ye transmitted his thoughts into Gu Chenxi's sea of consciousness, explaining his plan. Gu Chenxia instantly became familiar with the plan, and the four experts once again began to lay out their plans. The fourth expert, Gu Huaxia, remained outside to oversee the Celestial Commerce Department. The Black Tortoise Baby, Zhuge Ye, Gu Chenxia, and Lu Baiyue once again gathered together and circulated their magic power. Powerful energy poured into Zhuge Ye's body. Zhuge Ye waved his hand, and countless strands of starlight descended from the heavens, converging in a stellar transformation, stellar serpent, and stellar scar. In the blink of an eye, the figure within the soul-sealing talisman was bewitched. He didn't refine the figure within the talisman, fearing that Wu Dangkong would find out. Instead, he used a bewitching technique to bewitch the figure. Soul-sealing domain. Zhuge Ye activated the talisman. It completely enveloped the vermilion bird egg and the book of heavenly demons. The power of this soul-sealing talisman can temporarily isolate the prying eyes of some mighty figures. It can also isolate K-Ing-Er's senses. We can take this opportunity to seize control of the vermilion bird egg while incubating it. Then, at the final moment, we can release the vermilion bird's aura. K-Ing-Er will be anxious and gather all the energy she prepared and transmit it across space. We can use this as a diversion and blast this energy into the book of heavenly demons. Zhuge Ye repeatedly calculated and came up with the best plan. In that case, let's begin the preparations. Gu Chenxia circulated all the energy in his body, and his essence spirit floated above his head. Boom! The four experts circulated their essence spirits at the same time and gathered their energy. Gu Chenxia could still cultivate the Son of Heaven's God-confirming art. His essence spirit was actually cultivated from the Sun and Moon Dragon's handle. It contained infinite profundities. Back then, he was able to use the Sun and Moon Dragon's blood to incubate the Black Tortoise egg. Now his strength was countless times stronger than before. The essence of the Son of Heaven's God-confirming art had not been lost, and when combined with the great massacre divine art, it became more and more powerful. At that moment, the Black Tortoise Baby, Zhuge Ye, and Lu Baiyue's essence spirits fused into one, transforming into a talisman. This talisman was the quintessential profundity of the Son of Heaven's God-confirming art. The quintessential profundity of this essence spirit was injected into the vermilion bird egg. The vermilion bird egg instantly floated up, and countless flames appeared on it. These flames were the vermilion bird's true fire, the purest flame in the world. This was the law of fire. The law of fire burned over and wrapped around the four of them. They immediately felt like they were being incinerated, as though they were about to be refined into gas. However, the Black Tortoise Baby emitted a water light that protected everyone. Water and fire complemented each other, immediately transforming into a strange energy that circulated around their bodies. Gu Chenxia first felt the Black Tortoise's law of water and the vermilion bird's law of fire rush into the Dragon's Gate. The heaven-mending divine general inside the Dragon's Gate was wrapped in threads, and countless rays of light appeared all over his body. These rays of light gathered and flowed around his body. The heaven-mending divine general's body was once again refined, and his tyrannical strength had at least doubled. Meanwhile, the law of water and fire surged into the depths of Buzhou Palace. The huge Buzhou Palace squirmed, and its fusion with the Dragon's Gate became even more profound, as though it was really going to fuse into one. Last time, Gu Chenxia and Lu Baiyue refined the heavenly sin and earthly evil twin stars, and their cultivations underwent earth-shattering changes. Jin Suebua, don't just stand there and watch. You also have the profound meaning of the 5 stars in your body. While you're helping us, you can refine a portion of it, and your strength will reach a tyrannical level. My soul-restraining talisman can isolate your connection with the peerless heavenly book. This will allow you to temporarily escape the control of the book. Zhuge pointed at Jean Suebois. Mr. Zhuge included me in your calculations? Jean Suebois was overjoyed. That's right. I know your situation. The peerless heavenly book itself is a god, and it borrowed your strength to do things for it outside, like offering sacrifices to it to recover its strength. Zhuge, Ye continued, but you're already under the control of the peerless heavenly book. This is your best chance. You might even become the Lord of the 5 stars, half an innate saint. When that time comes, the Celestial Calmness Bureau will have another expert. I really am under the control of the peerless heavenly book, but if I isolate myself from the book and secretly refine the profound meaning of the 5 stars, I'm afraid the peerless heavenly book will truly hate me. When that happens, I'm afraid we'll incur its wrath. Jean Suebois was still a bit afraid. Don't worry, Zhuge said with a cold smile. I've already divined that there's a big problem with the book. It won't be easy to recover from it. This is all part of the Emperor's plan. In that case, I'll take a gamble and devour the peerless heavenly book. Jean Suebois knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Very good. Circulate your profound meaning and accept the baptism of the fire and water laws. Zhuge sent out many runes. The 5 of them worked together, and their Yuan Shun and Dermic powers circulated at an even faster speed. Gu Chench's power poured into the vermilion bird egg, causing it to tremble violently. After 3 days and 3 nights, it suddenly cracked open and a small firebird flew out. However, there was a rune in the depths of the small firebird that tightly locked its body. That rune seemed to be formed from 10,000 divine dragons. 10,000 dragons divine lock rune. This is a forbidden art set up by the demon race's great sage, Li Wanlong. It's indeed powerful. Zhuge smiled coldly. Now, let's see how miraculous the profound mysteries of the heavenly demon book are. Endless Realm. Lu Baiwei waved her hands. The 5 of them worked together and opened the Endless Realm, bombarding the heavenly demon book. Her cultivation level was no longer what it used to be. With the 5 of them working together, it was still possible to open a crack in the heavenly demon book from the outside. At the instant the Endless Realm tore open the seal on the heavenly demon book, everyone sent the hatched vermilion bird inside. Following that, Zhuge waved his hand and opened the force field of the Soul Restriction Talisman. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.